This one went viral today. The Patriots recording and video of drafting Mac Jones and giving him a call. Let's check it out.
Going well. Going well. Well, it's our coming up on our pick here. Coach Belichick's going to get the phone here and have some news for you.
Look forward to working with you on up here. I'm going to give you over to Mr. Kraft. So here's Mr. Kraft.
Mac, welcome to the Patriots. We're really excited. Everyone here who I've talked to about you, yeah, they tell me you're a phenomenal person, a great guy. Anyhow, we're excited to have you.
And then this is a great one. Like father, like son, they're walking out,
so
stomping out.
That's
there
so
you go.
Rich,
That's a good one.
I got to admit real quick, watching him do that walk. Joel, who did you think he looked like walking out there?
I thought he looked like Vince McMahon.
When he did that walk, I thought Conor McGregor striding out there.
He's the best available quarterbacks on the board right now for night 2. And Joel Klatt, I'll give you the floor and who you like.
I'm going to go with Davis Mills. Guys, first of all, I thought he probably should have stayed in school, but I didn't want to say that in front of David Shaw last night, so I waited until tonight to say it. Listen, Mills is a very talented player. I love his game. He hasn't started a ton of games, but he's going to understand an NFL offense from day one. He had a really tough start to his season when he got popped with a false positive COVID test before their first game. He didn't get to play that. Then he didn't get to practice until the middle of the week in preparation for Colorado. And by halftime of that week 2 game, he started playing well. He had 25 completions per game. If he would have come back, I think he would have been in a top 15 style player. So someone's going to get great value with Davis Mills, the quarterback from Stanford.
Yeah, you mentioned the limited starts. Only 11 starts for him there at Stanford. The pro day for him, I think, is going to push him up because he was phenomenal with the way he threw on a windy, rainy day there in Palo Alto. But I'm going to go to Kellen Mond from Texas A&M as another one who could hear his name come off the board tonight. This is somebody throughout his career at Texas A&M, he got better, a little bit better each and every year with his accuracy, with his decision making. I thought he threw the ball very confidently. You saw that first play there from the Florida game. That was a big win for him in that program. And when I talk to the folks at A&M, they say he's a football junkie. On the airplane on the way back from games, he would stand up in the aisleway next to Jimbo Fisher as they watched the tape from the game they just played. They said they got to kick him out of the facility. Those are things you want to hear when you're drafting a quarterback.
And he's used to being coached hard because Jimbo's tough on those quarterbacks. Yep. They have a lot to absorb and learn. I can't wait to see him loosen up a little bit, guys. Not so robotic in the pocket, just take off and go. I think he's a heck of a prospect. How about Kyle Trask from the University of Florida? Talk about a young man with perseverance now. Sat his entire high school career behind Eric King, who went to Houston and then Miami. Never was a starter. Got one offer from a Power 5 school, and it was Florida. He had hoped it had been Texas A&M, a Houston native. So he ends up going to Florida and then sits behind Felipe Franks, gets his opportunity after an injury, and never looks back, becomes a Heisman Trophy finalist. 43 touchdowns, 8 interceptions last year. Some of those came in the bowl game without his top receivers. He understands what it means to wait and then seize your opportunity.
He threw to the highest drafted tight end in the history of the NFL draft, and Kyle Pitts, and then Kadarius Toney went off the board. And you guys were referring last night to both of them as matchup nightmares. And Toney was one of 5 wideouts selected in the first round, 4 of them from the SEC. That's a first-round record for a conference to send everybody into the first round. Rashad Bateman was the only one not from the SEC, the Big Tenor. What do you got for me on night number 2, Charles Davis?
Well, how about Amari Rodgers, the young man out of Clemson, because we always look for improvement in players. How about 30 catches in 2019 to 77 in 2020? 5'10", 210 pounds, compact, strong, became a guy who could create better plays, whether it's jet sweeps, throwing it back to the quarterback, but getting plays downfield. By the way, the son of now the Baltimore Ravens wide receivers coach T. Martin. Could you imagine if he gets to go to the Ravens, get coached up by dad?
I just kind of want Urban to take him with with this top pick.
He's
Just
just
go
gonna-
Clemson
yeah,
all the way. Just go Clemson all
and then
day.
cut to Dabo. It's like, what gives?
That's phenomenal. The things he did at running back at that pro day got some interest around the league as well. I'm going to go Dwayne Eskridge. Joel already referenced him a little bit earlier in the show. But if you're looking at a player that kind of fits the description of a team we were just talking about, the New England Patriots, Dwayne Eskridge has played on offense. He's played corner. He's also one of the best gunners on punt coverage in the entire draft. And he's a phenomenal returner. So if you're a team that values the versatility to go along with that big play speed, 4.39 in the 40, he's a very intriguing player. Let me look where the Patriots are here coming up in the second round. They're picking 46. Every now and then there's a player you circle them and say, Patriot, this is a Patriot to me.
I tell you who I love. Amon-Ra St. Brown from USC. He's going to be a pro's pro, okay? That's how he handled his business at USC. He's a big reason why the Pac-12 even played, guys. Remember, he sent that letter to the governor of California in order to try to get back onto the field. I love his ability to work space. Okay, this air raid system that they run with Graham Harrell as their offensive coordinator, they attack the grass. That's the term that they use. What does that mean, okay? That means that the wide receivers have to have a great feel for space. They've got to have a great feel for how to tempo their routes, get open. He does that, and then he's really strong at the catch point. In the playoffs, DJ, you and I talk about this all the time on camera. When you've got wide receivers that know how to run routes, create their own space, and then are strong with their hands, that's what wins in the playoffs. I think Amon-Ra St. Brown could have a big career.
And how about the two quarterbacks conspiring to talk about catch points and strong hands with the DB in the middle of them? But here's the other thing. Amon-Ra St. Brown, whatever playbook you give him, you can give it to him in 4 different languages, and he's going to absorb it.
Do you know all 4 of the languages?
The only languages I know, Rich, are English and profanity, and I'm very proficient in both of them.
He is. Amon-Ra is
Rich,
fluent.
I mean, just put it on a tee for him.
I know, I spun that one in the zone. Here comes Mac Jones. Don't pull something, Mac.
There it is.
He's coming for you.
Dinner time.
Vince McMahon out of the tunnel.
Just straight face, too. Just absolutely a baby face.
The energy is building in anticipation of rounds 2 and 3 tonight, live from Cleveland, Ohio. They're cranking up the music. Fans are ready. You're going to see some serious playmakers on both sides of the ball drafted in mere moments, about 20 minutes away from the start of round 2 right here on NFL Network, as we welcome you to the outside set, if you will. It's Peter Schrager. It is Chris Rose back with you. Go ahead, Schrags. Turn around and say hi to all the Kyle Brandt fans out there. Come on, just let's do it.
You guys love soap operas? Kyle was in
Kyle,
Yay!
he was very famous back in the day. See, they love him. They love Brandt, even though he's not even here. Let's focus on one of the bigger stories from last night. The Bears moved from 20 to 11 in a trade with the New York Giants to get what they hope is their quarterback of the future. How did it unfold?
Yeah, Chris, Bears fans are fired up. I think they're even more fired up in Hallis Hall this afternoon. This one was a deal where there was questions around the league whether Ryan Pace would be given the green light to draft a second quarterback in his tenure, and then to trade up for a second quarterback in his tenure. And he absolutely had that for the McCaskey family. I could tell you, Matt Nagy really fell in love with Justin Fields. A lot of that had to do with conversations with Ryan Day, his college coach. He did the work, he spoke with him. But if you think they're just gonna throw Justin Fields into the deep end and say, hey, sink or swim, it's not the case. Remember, Matt Nagy was with Patrick Mahomes and Alex Smith during Mahomes' rookie season and was really assigned to working with Mahomes and getting up to speed. By the end of the season, Alex Smith was looking at Mahomes and saying, hey, what do you think we should run on this thing? That's what they're hoping they can get with the veteran quarterbacks in Chicago with Justin Fields. When he's ready to play, he'll play. But they are not just going to throw him onto the field day one and say, you're the guy. This is going to be a process, and they're interested in developing him, not just throwing him to the Sharks.
Okay, so really, because the fans are saying we signed Andy Dalton, we know what Andy Dalton can do, with no disrespect. Like, we want to see what Justin Fields can do. Can he be the guy?
If he's ready from go, let's go. But they are not going to rush his development for the sake of just getting some jerseys sold.
All right, so it cost him 2 1s, a 4, and a 5, but they'll gladly pay that ransom if he is indeed there for the next decade plus. All right, one name you're going to hear early on tonight that's going to be drafted is Missouri linebacker Nick Bolton. He is a playmaker. He is tough as nails, just like his family. Michael Robinson has more.
I mean, just hearing the story almost put me to tears. All SEC linebacker, one of the best prospects in the draft. Nick Bolton does not let factors that he can't control influence the way that he looks at life. He is the man of the hour. What's up, big dog? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Hard-hitting linebacker of this draft. That's what I'm talking about. You know, I've been reading your story. Explain to people the friendship you have with your sister Jasmine, man, because it seems pretty special.
I kind of looked up to her from a very young age. My parents were out working and getting back a little later at night. She made sure we ate after school. We had nap time. She controlled that. So just kind of just being a second mom. I watched her. She's one of the people I idolized growing up.
How do you remember hearing of her diagnosis?
I remember being in the house. She called my mom and said she wasn't feeling good.
We were trying to figure out, having all type of tests, trying to figure out what was going on with her. We found a 3-inch tumor in her brain, almost covering her brain. A surgery that was supposed to be 7 hours turned into 11 hours.
Just kind of felt kind of helpless. Just a person that I watched growing up, a person I idolized.
You know, I would just remember crying and praying and said, God, you know, whatever, I'll take whatever. Just let her be alive. Let me see her.
All good? Yep. Jasmine, take one.
Do you remember how Nick responded when he actually got a chance to see you after your surgeries?
I don't think he wanted to see me. He was just scared.
And so seeing her with her hair full of hair is probably about the same like mine was, to her having, I've had a lump on her left side of her head, I had a scar going across the middle of her head. It's kind of just showing like life's not fair.
He just wanted to do even more athletically to make her proud. I want to make Sissy proud. Kind of turned into the caregiver, turned into I want to be the superhero. I want to do what she couldn't do.
He spent that whole time just playing for her.
Every day, that's kind of my mindset is I got to give my best effort for it. No excuses.
When did things get back to some type of normalcy a little bit?
We were getting ready for, okay, this is a new beginning. We've been through those. Jazz is okay. We know that she's going to be healthy. And then my wife has her cancer diagnosis.
I found out that I had breast cancer. Now we got to go through this again.
My mother's a breast cancer survivor as well. Walk us through those moments when you first heard that.
So this one right here was kind of more detrimental for me because now I'm older and I know how much cancer can affect you. So I see my sister and I see how she got limited to certain things, and then I see my mom here. So I'm thinking worst case scenario again. That was difficult for me.
Do you feel any pressure to succeed?
Up hit, he's going to be dragged down by Nick Bolton.
No, sir. I don't feel no pressure. Pressure from my mom and my sister. They went through the pressure part. This is leisure. This is fun. This is what I'm hoping to get paid to do.
I think it was hardest on Nick. I know it was hardest on Nick. It was tough, but that's him. No matter the circumstances, you just got to bear down and do it.
He carries the torch for the family, and so he gets that in his spirit, and he finds a way to get it done.
I'm so proud of him.
My family went through a lot, and it kind of rubbed off on me. I just kind of think that trickled down to all of us. Now, I want to be one of the best people to ever do it.
Well done. You know, earlier tonight, Rich Eisen said it's more about the journey of just the kid. It's the entire family. No question about it when you're talking about Nick Bolton. So what's going to happen with him tonight? How early is his name going to be called?
He'll be called very early tonight. I think he might be one of the first second-round picks off the board. Nick Bolton is 5'11", so at that size, you say linebacker, what am I getting? I was told these comps. Hardy Nickerson, that might go back a little bit. And also a linebacker version of Bob Sanders. And here's the thing that people like most about Bolton. You know his story now, and Michael Robinson did a fantastic job sitting down with him in that piece. He is the alpha. So you get him right away. This guy is the leader on your defense. He is a talker, he is verbal, and he has been through some stuff in life. Yeah. Nick Bolton, his name will be called early this evening, and they're going to get a leader right away once he is drafted.
You mentioned the name Bob Sanders. We heard no safeties come off the board last night. Is there one you're keeping your eye on tonight?
Yeah, the Thorpe winner, Trevon Moorick. This guy's going early. I had one team tell me that the TCU safety, who's everybody's top-rated safety on the board, was their number 10 overall non-quarterback on their draft board, and he didn't get selected in round 1. No safeties were. The comparison you're getting from him, Justin Simmons from the Broncos, a tremendous safety and one of the better ones in the league. I think Morick might be drafted in the 30s, and you could see his name being called very early this evening.
A bit of a ball hawk as well, 7 career interceptions. He is number 16 overall on Daniel Jeremiah's top 150 list. You can hear the energy is building. What up, dude? Hey. What up? Do you want to find out which teams tonight should draft a quarterback? Of course you do. Rich and the gang will let you know when we continue from Cleveland.
Welcome back here to Cleveland, Ohio. Fans are all fired up. It's a beautiful, crisp night, unseasonably cool, unless you're from the Midwest and you say that's the way it usually goes. Schedule release show set for Wednesday, May 12th, 8 Eastern time. All 17 regular season games for all 32 teams on NFL Network and the Deuce, as we used to call it back in the day when I appeared on it. One time as the host of RPM Tonight. I was one and done as the host of RPM Tonight.
One time?
On ESPN2. Yeah, when they found out I called AAA to change a tire, they said, you can't host this show.
Rich, did you know that you could turn left and right in a NASCAR race? Did you know that? Oh, sorry.
Daniel, I learned that. Here's some of the best of teams calling their new draftees.
Trevor.
What's up, Coach?
How you doing, brother?
I'm good. I'm anxious. I'm just as excited. I'm excited to get down there, and man, the whole family's here, so it's awesome.
Hey, congratulations. We're going to make you our first-round draft pick coming up right here. Pick 13.
You. Thank you.
Congratulations.
I can't wait. Thank you.
We're excited.
Hey, Trey Lance.
What's going on?
You ready to do this thing, man?
Yes, sir.
Welcome to the 49ers, buddy.
Thank you.
You had a hunch for a while?
Man, I didn't know, Coach. You wouldn't tell me nothing.
Hey, we didn't tell anybody, man.
I know.
JC, it's Matt Allen, Carolina Panthers, buddy. We're going to take you right here, okay?
What's good, Coach?
I told you last night.
Hey, let's get to work.
Such fun stuff. Okay, Ian Rappaport, when you're sitting atop the second round of an NFL draft under this new format where there's a night between nights 1 and 2, a lot of phone calls you can field if people want your pick. What's going on?
Now, there are a lot of phone calls happening, but usually, Rich, this is about the 33rd overall selection. Not the case this time. It seems to me Jacksonville is going to stick and pick. A couple names to keep an eye on here. Tyson Campbell from Georgia, tall corner. Someone who a lot of people thought was going to go in the first round. Christian Barmore, another one from Alabama. But it's actually the Jets at 34 that are getting a ton of calls. We'll see if they end up sticking, but from what I understand, significant interest from one, the Cowboys potentially coming up for a corner they did not get in the first round. The Carolina Panthers, the Atlanta Falcons. The Jets' phones have been ringing for the last couple hours, Rich.
Yeah, Carolina picks 5 after the Jets. Atlanta's just right behind them. The Dallas Cowboys are all the way down at 44. That's 10 spots. Don't forget the Jets coughed up their 2 third-round picks tonight for the right to go from 23 to 14 last night to take the guard out of USC, Vera Tucker. So which team's got to get a quarterback tonight, do you think, Charles, out of the second night?
I'm going to start with the Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We know Tom Brady is an incredible marvel, and maybe he's an immortal and could do this till he's 100. But let's face it, they don't have anyone under contract right now behind him. And our colleague Peter Schrager at one point in a mock draft mocked Davis Mills, the quarterback from Stanford, at number 32, because this is a team that doesn't have any big needs. Get him early, get him in, let him groom behind Tom Brady.
I look at Washington, guys, right? Like, they go to the playoffs, they got great defense, and they got young talent on both sides of the football. When I look at their last few drafts, I see this young talent, obviously Chase Young, but look at all these guys who are under 25. Curtis Samuel, Terry McLaurin, you got Payne and Sweat. Their defensive line is excellent. They were 30th in total offense. And Ryan Fitzpatrick, I know he's probably tired of us saying this, but it's like saying that we need to draft Tom Brady's replacement. Fitzpatrick is not the long-term quarterback solution, right? So, listen, I think Washington could get a quarterback in this day 2 and potentially set themselves up for that young roster taking off in the NFC East.
I think sometimes, though, guys, the decisions that are made in the first round inform what can happen here in the second round. And while there are some teams I can go through that could address a quarterback, trying to find that next guy. Joel just mentioned, talking about Washington. You look at the Pittsburgh Steelers as well with Ben Roethlisberger coming to an end. I'm going to say none of them have to take a quarterback tonight, because offensive line in Pittsburgh must be addressed. They went Najee Harris in round 1. Washington desperately needs some offensive linemen. They did not go there in round 1. So I think the fact they didn't go offensive line round 1 means they're going to have to do it here on night number 2.
What is the deepest position for night 2?
To me, it's offensive linemen. And you look at this tackle group, there are still a lot of guys there. We're going to have receivers every year, Rich, but to me, offensive line, that is where the money is here on day 2.
You know, it's an interesting group because it's not deep tonight, is defensive tackle. So I expect somebody that's going to fall in love with the guy, maybe Barmore. I think he might come off the board pretty early in this second round because there's not a lot of depth in the interior of the defensive line.
And the way the college game is played, as DJ said, there's always wide receivers. As a result, corners keep developing because people who can't play receiver flip over and find a place to play. It's a deep group there, too.
Let's look at Daniel Jeremiah's best available. As you can hear, it's beginning to get a little bit more hyped inside the draft hall. Walk us through what we're seeing on the screen, Daniel.
Yeah, I was surprised Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah from Notre Dame did not go in the first round as my 15th overall player. Extremely athletic, was a little nicked up, didn't run at his pro day. That could have factored in a little bit of his slide. We haven't seen any safeties yet. Trevin Merrick is the best of the bunch. And Javonte Williams, when you look at the teams picking here at the top of the second round, a bunch of teams looking for a running back. And to me, when you hear the Atlanta Falcons were trying to trade up one spot, it would have to be for Javonte Williams.
Why wouldn't the Jets want to take a running back? Daniel.
We'll see if...
Daniel, hold on a second, Daniel. This moment's for me. Because we're going to start moving real fast. Hold on a second. Do you know how many Jets fans were losing their minds last night because they trade up for a guard and they left Travis Etienne and Najee Harris on the draft board? So you got your big hosses up front, Becton, Vera Tucker. Don't you need to roll a bowling ball in between that 7-10 split?
I'm a big fan of the bowling ball known as Javonte Williams, so I will endorse the Rich Eisen plan for the New York Jets. But we're going to see if they get blown away. Do they get blown away, as Ian said, with some offer to get out of there? This would be a very tough player to trade off of based on how they're trying to support their rookie quarterback in Zach Wilson.
And Joel, you see this all the time in college football now, similar to the pros. They're starting to accumulate running backs and split carries.
Yes.
And I think that's a big thing for Javonte Williams because remember, Najee Harris, big-time production, a lot of carries his last 2 years at Alabama. Travis Etienne carried the ball a lot at Clemson. This kid's got a lower odometer. That could work in his favor going in the second round.
He didn't even have to start because it was a kind of a two-headed running back monster with Michael Carter. But Javonte Williams is the guy. I talked to an opposing coach at Boston College, Jeff Hafley, their head coach, great defensive coach, and he said, wow, this guy is a stud. He breaks tackles. He does everything well. So if the Jets were to get a guy like Javonte Williams, we're just pumping you up here, Rich.
That's all right.
We're talking about Javonte Williams. I love Javonte Williams in particular somewhere early in this second round. If the Jets get him, I think it's a terrific pick.
And Joe Douglas, the Jets fans trust now. It's really, I mean, go ahead and get Zach Wilson. Go ahead and after you get Becton, you get Vera Tucker. I mean, you've seen so many teams get so successful, just build up that left side of the offensive line and go for it.
It's certainly a better roster than Darnold got when he first got there, right? I mean, so Zach Wilson is in a much better position than Sam Darnold when he first got to New York.
They started the process. They just weren't able to complete it. Remember, Darnold was there before Mekhi Becton got drafted. You always want to have that quarterback, tackle, running back, receiver. He didn't get all the pieces. They're adding them for Zach Wilson.
Then, of course, you know, Jaguar fans are very sensitive about when we talk about them and when we don't. So before we put them on the clock, who's the best Clemson player available for Urban Meyer on the board?
Amari Rodgers, probably.
We've got Amari Rodgers followed by Jackson Carman, an offensive lineman. So two options here for Urban Meyer.
Isn't that amazing?
You get Jackson Carman, kick Cam Robinson inside. You know, you got some options there. Connell Powell's still out there. There are a few players.
I'm going to get a text in a second.
Look out.
Stop talking to me about like that.
Owusu-Koramoah, you love him, right? The kid from Notre Dame.
Love him, and I'm with DJ. I was shocked that Koramoah did not go. Owusu-Koramoah is a great hybrid player. He's a bit of a tweener, and if somebody has vision and a plan for him, he's a playmaker at the next level. I think he can play at the line of scrimmage. He can play at the second level. He can go over and play nickel slot. He can do everything, and in today's football, when you get all the different personnel groups, this guy is invaluable because he can stay on the field for 3 downs and do it all.
Yeah, somebody that can really cover tight ends, too. I think backs and tight ends and coverage, that's what you're looking for at that second level. He provides that. I think he'd be that big nickel. You can put him out there at nickel. He can support the run, do a lot of things for your defense. Big fan.
He's this year's Isaiah Simmons, but I think a lot of people will remember with Isaiah Simmons, all they talked about was, let's move him here, let's move him here, let's move him here. Let's get him comfortable in one spot and then start to move him later. I think that's what Joel's talking about, having a plan for Koromoa.
All right, the fans are here. We're all gathered once again. It's a nice, crisp, clear night here in Cleveland, Ohio. The house band has got my set list from my wedding all set to go. We're ready to go. It's time to draft some players in night number 2 in the NFL Draft live on NFL Network. 2 of the NFL Draft on NFL Network presented by Verizon. We are all convened in the draft hall right on the shores of Lake Erie. Fans with no slickers tonight. It is a clear, crisp, cool last night of April, second night of the NFL Draft. We are live on NFL Network. We just saw a Chiefs fan. Yes, Chiefs fans. You didn't have a draft pick last night, but you do have a couple slated for tonight. And you are slated for a night of fun and frolic and information and a good time with all of us right here on NFL Network. Pleased, as always, to be in the host chair for NFL Network for an NFL Draft. I am Rich Eisen, joined once again for a second time in an in-person draft for us here on NFL Network on night number 2. Joel Klatt right here on the theater desk. Good to see you, sir.
It's great to be here. Can't wait for tonight. You know, this is a night where you get to separate the good organizations from the great organizations, because this is when you get that depth in your organization. So I can't wait to see some of these picks.
And we are also joined by Charles Davis. Good to see you. Good Friday night to you, sir, Charles.
Always good to see you. Good to be with all you guys. And what I'm looking forward to, Rich, are your New York Jets, because they have a pick at 34, but then they've got a gap. Kind of like a gap year before you go to college to 107. But they got draft capital in this one and next year's. Do they want to use some of it to move up and get some guys this year?
And Daniel Jeremiah, good to see you here on night number 2 of the NFL Draft.
This is going to be fun, Rich. Night 1 was all about the quarterbacks. We had those 5 quarterbacks go in the top 15 picks. Night 2 is going to be about 2 things: the guys that protect those quarterbacks with a very deep offensive line class, and the guys to go after those quarterbacks with a good group of defensive linemen, including some guys I believe would have gone in the first round if not for some injury concerns. I think you're going to see them come off the board very quickly tonight.
Those edge rushers, right? They come at a premium. Everybody talks about it. It's one thing that every coach in the National Football League wants. You want to try to build a lead, and then you got to let those guys get after the quarterback, and somebody's going to grab some of these edge rushers tonight to try to solidify that ability to get after the
7 minutes for each team to make a second-round selection. The Jacksonville Jaguars first up last night. I got some beads. We need a running back. We trade up for a guard. Forget about it. We're fully vaccinated. You know what I'm saying? Let's take a break. Back after this and this message from Verizon. Okay, back here for night number 2. Rounds 2 and 3. 73 picks and all. It's time to convene the second night of the draft here in Cleveland, Ohio. It's the commissioner's gig to do it. There are some gold jackets on the stage, gents. Canton's just down the road, and some of these guys with some busts and some gold jackets. Everybody on the stage are going to help the commissioner make a pick tonight. It's Anthony Munoz, the Bengal Hall of Famer.
Orlando Pace still big.
I guess he left his gold jacket at home. Drew Pearson, who's going to be inducted this summer, is up there too. He's going to make the Cowboy pick. Look out when that happens.
Okay, welcome back to Okay, thank you for helping us make day one of the draft last night a night to remember. We had an amazing crowd here at the site, and we had over 30 million people watching last night. Congratulations, Cleveland. The Draft-a-thon also got off to a strong start and continues tonight as we support our communities emerging from the pandemic. You can see all the details on NFL.com/draftathon. As you can see tonight, I'm joined by several active NFL players, NFL legends who all continue to do amazing work in their communities. And since we're just up the road from the Pro Football Hall of Fame and here in the shadow of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, we're joined by a very special group of Hall of Famers. Help me welcome Rock and Roll Hall of Famers from Run DMC, Daryl DMC McDaniels. And the Isley brothers, Ron and Ernie Isley. And Pro Football Hall of Famers, Joe DeLamielleure. Franco Harris. Orlando Pace. Anthony Munoz. Will Shields. John Randall. And this year's class, Drew Pearson. Okay, Cleveland, you ready to get this show on the road? Okay. Day 2 of the 2020 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock.
And Kevin Hardy from the Legends community and the Jacksonville Jaguars is going to be the one to announce the pick. As you saw, many of those gentlemen on the stage are going to help make picks. The Isley brothers are going to announce the Kansas City Chiefs' second pick tonight. Go figure. Words I never thought I would say into a microphone in an NFL draft, but we're here in Cleveland. So that's it.
They're just here to fight the power.
Well done.
Nice.
Well done. So the Jaguars are on the clock. There we go again. They started us off last night, and then they chose with their second first-round selection, care of trading Jalen Ramsey away to the Rams with Travis Etienne from the Clemson Tigers. So they went Clemson. Clemson, what do you think they are going to do, need to do? The floor is yours, Daniel.
Well, not only Clemson, but offense, right, with quarterback, running back. They need to go to the defensive side of the ball. This is a team last year that was 31st in sacks, 31st in scoring defense. They were aggressive in free agency, but I think they continue to add to that here. You know, I look at Trevin Merrick, the safety from TCU is one of my highest rated players that's still hanging out there. Or do you try and get more pass rushers? They've got a pretty decent young front, but they could add to that here in the second round.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they think of Kayvon Chason, who they drafted last year in the first round. Didn't give them the production they expected as a pass rusher. Trayvon Merrick in the back end, that's a screaming need for them at the safety position. That's a big-time guy to go and get right now.
You know, Urban loves corners. You know, when you think about the way that he has played, you know, going all the way back to Utah and then Florida, Bowling Green, Utah, Florida, and then obviously Ohio State. He loved long, fast corners. So watch out for a guy like Tyson Campbell from Georgia. He's a 6'1" guy, can run. He's very smooth. So defense, guys, I'm with you on that. Maybe a corner out there for the Jags.
5 minutes, as we're just 2 minutes in. 7 minutes for each team. Chris Rose and Peter Schrager are part of our broadcast team here on night 2. Chris, welcome home.
Thank you so much, Rich Eisen. It is good to be back in Cleveland, Ohio, with family and friends standing by. All right, Jacksonville Jaguars, first up on the clock once again. What are we looking at here?
You know, it's interesting. We had Urban Meyer on Good Morning Football, and he says he's no fool. He knows you need to build from the inside out. Well, yesterday they got their running back. I would think pass rusher makes a lot of sense here for Jacksonville. They do have, like you said, Charles, Caleb Chase on. They love Josh Allen, the other pass rusher, but there is a good list of pass rushers out there, and I think that they're going to try to go defense here, try to get some people on that side of the ball and solidify it, one that really was a sore spot for the team last season.
Big picture, what are we looking at? New GM in Trent Baalke. You mentioned, obviously, they've got a new head coach in Urban Meyer. They've got a rookie quarterback. Is it too many new moving parts for the fans to be excited, or is this a team that could make a monumental leap in 2021?
I think they're going to make progression, and culture is the big thing. And Urban Meyer comes and he brings all these former college coaches and his guys, and they're coming in there to establish an identity of what the Urban Meyer Jacksonville Jaguars will be. I'll say this, Urban Meyer didn't need to do this. He had a good job at Fox. He's got a great resume in college football. For him to come out of retirement and do that, he's going to pick his guys, and he's going to do it right. I'm fascinated to see the talent they bring on and the personalities of these young men.
Rich, how did we do for Jags fans? We did not go to commercial break. Are we still good?
Well, we'll be right back,
Oh,
Chris.
come on, Rich.
Sorry, it was very simple. That's a spinning curve in the zone. 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go. I mean, you sleep on it all night, and you take all 7 minutes, I guess, or... What do you got for me, Joe?
Well, I was just going to say it's interesting that Urban is in such a fascinating spot because remember, he's not that far removed from recruiting, in particular the guys that are actually coming out in this year's draft. So there's a lot of players on the board that Urban's probably been in their living room, and he knows them going all the way back to their freshman and sophomore years in high school. So I just think that that's a fascinating makeup to this pick in particular.
And that will be interesting, and I'm turning to DJ on this one because you've seen this before, college coaches going into the NFL, evaluating a little bit on what they remember from the recruiting time. How do you bridge that gap from that kid that you remember? Did he really progress in the way you need as a player to go back and get it?
It happens all the time with position coaches that make the leap from college to the NFL. And sometimes they want to evaluate these kids as if they were 17, 18 years old. We're like, Coach, times have changed. I know you really wanted this kid. He ended up at a Power 5 school, but this kid from Northern Iowa is just a better football player at this point in time. So those battles take place. I do think another interesting subplot tonight, and talking to teams around the league, their draft board is shorter than it's ever been because they don't have as much information on these kids. So it doesn't surprise me we've seen teams trying to trade up tonight, and we've seen so far it sounds like the Jags reluctant to get out. I think everybody's trying to squeeze as many picks as they can in the first 3 or 4 rounds because after that, their list just drops off.
And while we keep talking defense, that is that quarterback that they took. They already gave him a weapon in ETN. There's a tight end out there named Freiermuth from Penn State. That's probably the second-ranked tight end in this draft. This might be a spot to go get him right there and continue to add to the arsenal for your new quarterback, Trevor Lawrence.
All right, so the pick is in. The Jets are now on the clock right there, and we'll see what the Jets do after choosing their quarterback and then hammering again that offensive line. And there's 6 and change for the Jets. After the Jets, you've got the Falcons, Dolphins, Eagles, Bengals, Panthers. What do you think the Jets are going to do, or they're deciding while we're waiting to hear from the Jacksonville pick?
Well, I'm intrigued because you heard Ian say there was a lot of interest in that pick. So what does that look like? Is that some team coming to give you assets this year, or you potentially get more picks in next year's draft class? The Jets have a ton of picks next year. They could add to that as well. So that'll be intriguing to see what they do.
Okay, so I am told the Jacksonville pick is on the way to the stage, and it is actually, as I mentioned, in the form of the hard-hitting Kevin Hardy.
Hi, Mom. With the 33rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Tyson Campbell, DB, Georgia.
Yeah, you guys have talked about him. Joel, you hit this one. You talk about big-time track speed coming out of high school in Florida as a state champ. He's always in position because that speed allows him to be in position. He's just been a little bit inconsistent finding and playing the ball down the field. That's the only reason why he hasn't heard his name called already. If he handled that, he probably would have gone to the top 15. Here you see the movement skills working against Tennessee here, his ability to get in and out, coming back downhill. find and play the football. He's very long, which shows up at the catch point. You see the awareness here working in zone coverage, eyes in the backfield, make a play on the football. He does have good ball skills when he's faced up. It's down the field where that shows up. Toughness is not an issue. You see that in the tackling, the range, the speed. That 4.3 speed is legit. It shows up on tape. But again, you're going to have to coach him up a little bit on finding and playing the football down the field. That was his one Achilles heel.
And checking on the Fam Cam presented by Lowe's. The reaction, first draft pick of night number 2. There in Miramar, Florida. Tyson Campbell and his family celebrating that he doesn't have to go very far for his professional football playing. Jacksonville, Florida. So the draft room celebrating in Jacksonville. Urban Meyer and Trent Baalke and the Kahn family welcoming in a Georgia Bulldog.
Yeah, and it's a nice pick, and Joel, you absolutely nailed that about what Urban Meyer likes, what people value at that position, and then you think about that conference and that division. A.J. Brown now starting to tear things up out on the perimeter with the Tennessee Titans. We saw last year, you know, what people can do on the perimeter. Ball there. If you don't tackle them in open space or run with them, you've got a problem on your hands. They got Shaquille Griffin in the offseason to help with C.J. Henderson. You can never have enough corners.
His length and ability to tackle, I think, is huge, right? And that toughness at the corner position, that's always something that you're looking for. He's got it. I think he can go inside and play nickel if you want him to. He can obviously play on the outside. This is a pick that I think fits in that Urban Meyer mold. And by the way, he played high school football with Patrick Surtain. So how about those high school quarterbacks having to throw against those two guys, right? I wouldn't want to be that kid.
So the Jaguars have chosen a Trevor, a Travis, and a Tyson. That's the way. Hold on a minute. They've teed up the first draft for Urban Meyer. Okay. Ian Rappaport in our pre-draft program, he said the Jets got a lot of calls for this pick. Are they going to keep it or trade it?
Rich, the Jets did get a ton of calls. Significant interest, I'm told, for the number 34 overall pick. The Dallas Cowboys called about coming up potentially for a corner. Panthers, Falcons. However, I am told the Jets are expected to pick. They are sticking. We will see who they end up selecting. Someone obviously good enough for them, highly rated enough to turn down all of that interest.
Do they hit offense or defense? What do you think?
I think this whole draft, at least early on, is going to be about the quarterback position and supporting him. So we've talked about Javonte Williams, a running back who would be a big-time back in this system, would fit in Mike LaFleur's system. If they're going to go wide receiver, the player I have right behind Javonte Williams is Elijah Moore, who I really thought would be gone in the first round, who's ultra explosive, would add a lot of speed and juice to this Jets offense. Those would be the two I would imagine this decision comes down to.
Sam Darnold sitting home saying, now you're...
now you're
well, hey, look, this
is
is why the Jamal Adams trade took place, was to be able to start collecting assets. It was a redistribution, right? They had invested assets under the previous regime in the running back position, the linebacker position, the safety position. They wanted to take those assets, move them around, and see if they can get offensive linemen and some receivers, some other guys to help the quarterback out.
For an every down back, what do you want from an every down back? You want them to find the hidden yards of the game, right? If it's blocked for 3, can you get 5? If it's blocked for 5, can you get 10? And this is what Javonte Williams does, right? So if it's Javonte Williams, this guy led the country in broken tackles, falling forward, being tough, catching it out of the backfield. Kind of a 3-down back that I think could really help them.
Type of back that runs people into submission.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, when you get into the fourth quarter. But also remember this, who is everyone chasing in this division? Right now you're chasing Buffalo, right? You're chasing Josh Allen and that offense that sets a pace. So you got a quarterback now to try and chase him. You better give him some people to do the chasing with, because it's going to be a relay race chasing Josh Allen and crew.
And so Elijah Moore, or maybe they do go defense, but maybe they just keep hammering at the offense and just keep rebuilding that. Zach Wilson, the headlines in New York City, the back page, because you're always wondering what the Daily News and the Post is going to say. New Zach City was one.
They did not take your Zach's Fifth Avenue.
They didn't take, well, there's time.
Yeah, I thought that was good.
You got to build. It's got to build.
The other one was the Playbook of Mormon.
There you go. There you go.
That's another headline.
Nicely done.
New Zach City. I mean, you know.
I like Zach's Fifth Avenue, personally.
Goldman Sachs.
Nice.
There's so many. There's so many. There's time. He just got drafted last night. Lavernius Coles is bringing the pick to the podium.
With the 34th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The New York Jets select future Pro Bowler Elijah Moore, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
He throws it. Corral does more with the catch.
Elijah Moore, wide receiver.
Touchdown. They don't have anybody who can stop this guy.
2020 first team All-American.
So I guess now it's the Book of Elijah. Is that the headline tomorrow? I guess. There is in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, the Lowe's fan cam showing the celebration of Elijah Moore putting on the Jets lid. What do you think here?
They wanted to get faster offensively. That was a focus. And this is a kid, not only is a phenomenal player, when we came up through the Baltimore scouting system, we had red stars. You put it on one of your favorite players in the draft. I know this is a red star player for the Jets. They loved what he could bring to their offense. And somebody, when you watch him, guys, this is why I thought he would go in the first round, because you see the comparison right there at the bottom. He reminded me so much of Tyler Lockett with his quickness and just how crisp he was working in that Lane Kiffin offense when you watch the Ole Miss tape. We can go to the video. I can show you how he can be used. Think about the creativity that you saw with the 49ers, where Mike LaFleur comes from. Get these jet sweeps, fly sweeps, get the ball in his hand. He can run away from people. He runs through tackles. They'll line him up in the backfield sometimes. He's fearless. He's tough. He will work in the middle of the field in high traffic areas and run right through the football. This was the difference to me with him and Kadarius Toney. I thought he just had a little more confidence in his hands. Just very strong to go back and attack the football. And double moves. You want to see the suddenness? Boom, foot in the ground, and he's gone. They're going to want to hit some home runs over the top. They're going to want to shorten drives, especially with the young quarterback who's going to get out on the field. The Jets want to run the football and be physical. They've done that with the offensive line. Now you want to pay it off over the top with a guy like Elijah Moore.
His production was off the charts. I mean, 8 games, 86 catches, right? I mean, this guy understands it, and confidence in his hands. Guys, when you just run through catches in the middle of the field, he doesn't, you know, some wide receivers have that little float. They take both feet up off the ground, and they kind of gonna catch the ball, and then they go. He's running right through it. He can put his foot in the ground and go right up the field. I love him after the catch. This guy is tough, and he's a terrific wide receiver.
Don't forget the Jets in free agency got Corey Davis, so they've gone shopping at the same, I guess, school store in a way.
Charles, I would be curious, Jamison Crowder.
Yeah,
what does this mean for him?
Well, what it means for Jamison Crowder is, one, if he stays with the team, it's competition, obviously, but the explosiveness of Elijah Moore is going to be the issue, because Jamison Crowder does a nice job working out of the slot, very dependable receiver, makes the catches you need to have made. But this kid might turn them into bigger plays. And you guys as quarterbacks, what do you like to throw? You like to throw those seams? This kid will get in the seams and get that done.
So, again, Corey Davis joins Elijah Moore as weapons for Zach Wilson. There's been a trade. The Falcons have moved out. The Denver Broncos have come up 5 spots. They're now on the clock celebrating the draft. And then the player that clearly that they wanted, who do you think they have done that? As the Dolphins are now on the clock. And their scheduled 36th overall spot. What do you got for me?
I think offensive line is an area that could go, but we talked about quarterbacks as well. You know, they didn't go quarterback. Obviously, Patrick Surtain. I know they made the move with Teddy Bridgewater. I feel like we hashed all that out last night. But if I'm looking at a move up here, I'm looking at a couple positions. I'm looking at offensive line where there's a lot of depth, a lot of talent available. And are we going to see quarterbacks come off the board here? That would be my other thought.
And if you're thinking offensive line, are you talking the right side of that line? Are you talking about Jawan James where he is at right tackle? Is that because,
look, they just took care of Garrett Bowles and paid him a whole bunch of money. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah,
played well last year, but I look at that right side.
And Tevin Jenkins has right side history, right? And he's still out there. He's nasty. He can help them. He's 6'6", 317 pounds. He's still there. Jalen Mayfield, offensive tackle from Michigan, a couple of guys out there.
Who could kick inside.
Yeah, that's true.
Denver receives, in addition to this spot, a 7th round selection, 219th overall, and Atlanta, and moving down 5 spots, gets 114th, a 4th round pick overall. Pardon me, that's a 6th round selection that comes with Denver right there. All right, so the Denver Broncos, let's get their card up all of a sudden, because they were the ones who chose Patrick Surtain last night for their secondary, 9th overall. Now they've moved up 5 spots right here. And by the way, unless the Jets trade back into this evening, smoke them if you got them.
Yeah, they're out.
Because they moved their 2 third-round picks last night to move up to go get Vera Tucker at guard.
Remember all that news before the draft about Aaron Rodgers? One of the teams mentioned was the Denver Broncos.
So here's the Denver Broncos and their choice. Coming to the podium with Billy Thompson.
Okay. The Atlanta Falcons have traded the 35th pick to the Denver Broncos. With the 35th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Javonte Williams, running back, North Carolina.
Javonte Williams, running back. 2020 second team All-American.
Well, we knew he wasn't going to have to wait long. We've been talking about him, the contact balance. He's outstanding as a runner and in the passing game. And the comparison there, you see Nick Chubb. That's from a coach who was on the Georgia staff as well as on this North Carolina staff to watch those two guys run the ball. Downhill, foot in the ground from Javonte Williams. It's a no-nonsense style. Gets those shoulders square. It's a yard sale when they hit him with equipment flying all over the place. He is a physical, violent runner who looks to attack defenders. I love the way this kid plays. Again, watch the physicality here as he unloads on the Hurricanes. Boom! That is one of the best running back games you'll see. They ran for about 5 million yards in that game against Miami. How about the quickness, little pitter-pat? The elusiveness with his foot quickness, outstanding. And then we talked about him in the passing game. It's not just catching the rock. Watch him right here. You see him as a lead blocker. There's examples of him in pass protection, folding up linebackers like blankets. This kid is very tough. I like the fact with this fit, you lose Phillip Lindsay. You want to add to that with Melvin Gordon back there. This kid's going to get a lot of touches in that offense.
It's just short of 5 million. It was 544 against Miami, and it was an NCAA record. He and Michael Carter combined for those 544 yards. This guy is an every down back. Jeff Hafley from Boston College had to play him and said, I was so thankful they stopped giving him the ball. It gave us a chance in the second half.
The Miami Dolphins, stop me if you've heard me this one before. This is from the Laramie Tunsil trade.
Still coming?
I mean, it's just the hits keep on coming, which is something I guess you should say when the Isley brothers are coming to the stage to make the announcement. But here they come for the Miami Dolphins in this spot once again. It's from the Laramie Tunsil trade that was made just right before the season in 2019. And the Dolphins have just kept turning that into players after players and into more picks, thanks to the 49ers making that trade last night. Here come the Isley brothers, Hall of Famers for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, with the Miami Dolphins' next pick. The Eagles are on the clock right now. Philadelphia Eagles, not, I mean, I have to say,
you got to specify what we've got going on. There's a lot to take in.
Not the band.
You got so many Hall of Famers. You got to make sure you're there.
Right. Somebody's got to tell them you have to go to the podium now with the card. Here we go, everybody. Here's the pick. That was Chris Fasalo with the save right there from the NFL.
Woo! All right, y'all. It's our new record. Yeah. Friends and family. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah. The new pick for the Miami Dolphins, Javon Holland.
All right. Javon Holland has been chosen. We've got a safety, everybody, out of Oregon, going to Miami. So we will discuss that, as well as who the Philadelphia Eagles are selecting. The Bengals are on the clock right now. There's the Lowe's fan cam. So when we come back to Cleveland, we'll let you know who the Eagles are picking. While the Bengals are on the clock, Panthers and Falcons, who have traded down, right behind them. We're off and running on night 2 from Ohio. When I was on the Deuce back in the day, I did deuce wraps, which meant sitting there on ESPN2 during intermissions of some hockey games. But that's neither here nor there. Patriots picked, traded and picked. Like, boom, here's the trade, here's our pick. So the Panthers are already 2 minutes in. But the Eagles already chose before the Patriots. What do you think they're going to do?
Well, you look at the Eagles, cornerback to me is a place I could look at. Asante Samuel being there is a name Eagles fans are very familiar with. But we always say this is a copycat league with the team that wins the Super Bowl. Last night, Bruce Arians was on the clock for about 14 seconds and turned in the card. And I think today everybody's trying to follow suit, man. These picks are coming in immediately.
You gotta love all that goes on here, don't you? But I will say this, offensive line for these Eagles, that's still a spot because they've had a lot of inconsistency there due to injuries in recent years.
So the Patriots traded 2 fours to go up from 46 to 38. We'll find out what that is. But for the moment, it's time for Mike Golick. Yeah! Greeny's across the way and Golick's right here. Little Mike and Mike reunion. There we go. All right, footloose, everybody.
Oh, keep going. I was going to sing. Always great to come back to my hometown, Cleveland rocks. Yeah! All right, now for the Philadelphia Eagles, after a fantastic move in the first round to move up to get Devontae Davis, they've got another great pick here. So with the 37th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select a guard from Alabama, Landon Dickerson.
All right, Landon Dickerson comes off the board. This is the best interior offensive lineman in the draft if he was healthy. He tore his knee up later in the year, so that's why he goes in the second round. But you want to talk about quickness off the ball. His ability to reach guys in the run game is outstanding. Here you see him just turn and seal against big, heavy noses. He's played center, he's played guard, he's really played all 5 positions when you count his time at Florida State. At the second level, you see the pop and the explosiveness. He's got some serious nasty, always looking for work. Boom! You see this all the time when you watch Alabama. He does this 6-7 times in every single game. He's a finisher. He's one of the nastier players in all of college football. Once he gets out in space, bodies go flying. So this was all 5 positions that I referenced. Here you go, all the way across the board, bingo for Landon Dickerson, and he is a unique guy. During COVID and everything was locked down, they couldn't get inside the facility to work out. He took precautions, but at his house, he had 40 to 50 guys coming there to work out. He set up a weight room, he set up a workout schedule, and he said after every workout, in order to clean off all the equipment, he got a leaf blower and Lysol and hosed everything down.
I don't know if that's CDC approved, I'm going to be honest with you.
It just shows you
Landon Dickerson approved, right?
Yeah, and it shows you leadership from that center position as well.
Right.
That's what you get with a lot of those guys. I love that story. And DJ, don't you think he starts at guard to begin with Kelsey still there? But he's the likely successor at center for Kelsey. They've kind of got a 2-for-1 here as the time goes on, and those personalities, they match pretty well. Kelsey's and
So
Landon
good.
Dickerson.
Hey, Joel, it wasn't just the big guys either. For the skill guys, he had a jugs machine in the backyard.
Well, then perfect. And he was the one-stop shop.
Wasn't he also getting the smoothies for him post-practice? I mean, he had the whole thing.
That's right.
So the New England Patriots coughed up 2 fours, 122 and 139 overall, and swapped spots in this round with Cincinnati. Carolina has chosen. The Falcons are on the clock. The commissioner bringing out the pick for the New England Patriots here tonight in Cleveland, Ohio, and then we'll see what Carolina's cooking up. This is what happens in this round where it's just 7 minutes. It's going to go a lot faster. So
I was hoping the commission would stride out like Mac Jones.
Exactly. Best walk of the draft.
So who does New England add to Mac Jones?
The Cincinnati Bengals have traded the 38th pick to the New England Patriots. With the 38th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Christian Barmore, defensive tackle, Alabama.
So Jacksonville is going Clemson, and New England's going Bama.
There you go.
Well, Philadelphia went Alabama too. So.
Are you allowed to draft players outside of Alabama or Clemson? I was just curious.
Got to start there. You have to.
The first 38 picks of this draft have been brought to you by, it's like an Alabama commercial. What do you like about Christian Barmore?
Well, he's the most athletic and talented defensive tackle in this year's draft class. He's got the range. He just ran a little bit hot and cold. You saw some inconsistencies, but this guy has the body type that you look for. He can generate some knockback you see here in the run game, but it's what he does laterally in his range that's what sets him apart. That athleticism shows up sideline to sideline. He's got a great get-off, the best get-off in this year's class for an interior rusher. Something Bill Belichick is always searching for, guys that can generate pressure up the middle. He's able to do that. How about the power against Georgia and put him right on his back and knock the football out to show you the awareness. And again, here's a quick arm over in this Notre Dame game. He was dominant in the playoffs against Notre Dame and against Clemson, or against Ohio State. He could not be blocked in those two football games.
And as you guys know, listen, a quarterback, you can handle an edge rusher at times, right? Obviously, they can make their hay, but when you've got the pocket right in your lap, there's nothing you can do. That was like Tom Brady's kryptonite when he was with New England, and now they've got a guy in New England that can do just that to the opposition, is collapse that pocket back, that get off that you were talking about. And you think about Josh Allen in that division, you got to get right in his face, and Barmore can do it.
So the Bears, stop me if you've heard this one before, have traded up all the way from 52 to 38, and for that right, Carolina gets a third and a sixth and flips a fifth back to Chicago. Peter Schrager, bring it in.
Rich, you know, the Bears originally were picking at 20. They did all these different mock draft exercises, and offensive linemen they liked were around at 20. Well, guess what? Here we are in the second round, and some of those guys are still on the board available. I would be shocked if it's not offensive line here for the Bears.
Thank you, sir. The commissioner is going to be coming out for this selection as well. Or actually, it's Rasheed Davis coming out here for the Bears.
Bear down. Hey, who's that? Good to see you, bear down. The Carolina Panthers have traded the 39th pick to the Chicago Bears. With the 39th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Tevin Jenkins, tackle, Oklahoma State.
All right, you're going to give your young quarterback some help. That seems to be the theme. And this is, don't let the glasses that he wears fool you. This is a mauler brawler that has some nasty when you study him on that Oklahoma State tape. Watch him finish. This is against Joseph Osai. This is not only taking him off the field, he's going to park him underneath the bench and run a few people over on the way out there. He can climb up to linebackers with his athleticism, and once he latches on, he stays attached, does a really nice job at the second level. He can displace and create movement on down blocks, create some movement as he washes down the line of scrimmage, something you love to see from a right tackle. And then as a pass protector, just take him around. Just run him all the way around, stay attached, keep your hands in tight. He's a very good football player on tape. I thought this was about the sweet spot for him of where he would go. Again, showing you the ability in pass pro to just run him right around the edge. Against Oklahoma, showing you a little snatch move here with some quick hands. There was value today in offensive linemen, and I think we've seen a couple go, and I'm telling you, we're going to see about 4 or 5 more go. I'm anticipating the next 10 to 12 picks.
Well, Tevin Jenkins is the first Big 12 player selected, and I'll tell you what, Bears fans, if you want to rent a movie, Netflix and chill, go walk around the block, grab something to eat. Next pick for the Bears is in 167 picks. 6th round, 208th overall. Maybe they'll trade back in, don't know, but you got Justin Fields, you got Tevin Jenkins. Hey, there you have it.
Hey, to move up to get Justin Fields, that ought to carry you for a while.
Sure.
I mean, that's great excitement right there.
Oh, they got 151 back in that trade, so there you go. So only 112 picks.
I would still encourage them to watch, though. It's a good show.
It is a good show.
There you go. Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit.
Real quick on Jenkins. When I was talking with Mike Gundy of Oklahoma State, he said this guy had the athleticism and ability that a young Russell Okong had. and he obviously played at Oklahoma State. So high praise from his college coaches. He's a guy, again, that nasty demeanor. He can block in the run. He can do it in the pass. It's a good pick.
Well, before we announce the next selection, let's head to Guam, where we have some special guests from our armed forces, and they're going to help to introduce the Atlanta Falcons pick from the USO Center at Anderson Air Force Base. Neat stuff on night 2.
Hafiday from Guam,
where America's day begins.
Our mission is to ensure regional peace and stability,
along with our allies and partners.
We are thankful for the NFL
for the honor of introducing
the Atlanta Falcons 2021 draft pick.
So, from the USO here on Guam, go Falcons! Back to you, Cleveland.
Let's hear it for our incredible military. Let them know they're our heroes. Let's go. USA. Okay, with the 40th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Richie Grant, defensive back, UCF.
Richie Grant's somebody that put on a show at the Senior Bowl down there in Mobile as a safety. He also showed he can cover in the slot as a nickel, and at the Senior Bowl got a lot of work outside at corner. Very versatile. That's what teams love about him, and he's an outstanding tackler. Takes very good angles when he's running the alley. He's a consistent player who also has a little bit of flair as you see some of these big hits and provides a lot of energy. This is a Falcons defense, guys, that was last versus the pass last year. They needed some upgrades. Richie Grant's versatility is going to play well.
And they snagged a pick in the 4th round. Moved down to take them. We'll hear where the Lions selected. Giants on the clock. And then the Niners back there with the Cowboys. Come back to Cleveland. We'll reveal the Lions pick. The Giants just traded down again. Just like last night, the Dolphins have moved up. We'll let you know what's going on here in a second. But for the moment, reminding everybody that go to NFL.com and get details on how you can also watch the NFL Draft-a-thon as this goes down. I hosted it last year. You never know who's going to zoom in. Kay Adams doing it this year. Her hands are full.
Hey, Cam, what cut was the most athletic Cam, though? You know, they say look good, feel good, play good, you get paid good. What cut, you know, had you playing the best, though? That's the real question.
Man, I mean, you see it. So, you know, I'm taking it all the way back to rookie year, back when I first got paid. I'm going back to, you know, act like I ain't got no money no more.
I thought you didn't get any sacks rookie year, though. I thought you didn't get any sacks rookie year.
I didn't. But see, now I'm bringing the agility back, and then I'm bringing the wisdom back of 11-year vet now. You know what I'm saying? So I'm combining. I'm forgetting the whole decade. You know, them 94.
Fun stuff from Cam right there. All right, so the Lions pick, and then the Miami Dolphins will choose. They've already made their choice. The Niners are on the clock. The Cowboys right behind them. We'll get the Detroit Lions pick from the commissioner right now. Who will they add to Penei Sewell? And are they chest bumping right now in their draft room over it, just like they did last night? Most likely, yes.
Got a little physical in there.
With the 41st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Levi Onwuzurike, defensive tackle, Washington.
2019 First Team All Pac-12.
Pressure and sacks.
Levi Onwuzurike, defensive tackle.
Onwuzurike got to him.
Yeah, this is my #1 defensive tackle. Had Barmore right behind him at #2. This is a penetrator, can get upfield. He's got some inside-outside flexibility with how they use him in their alignment there at Washington. Did not see him play this year. He was an opt-out, but you go back to 2019, and you see that one-step explosiveness, and you see the knockback that he's able to generate. He spends a lot of time in the backfield. This was his best game that I watched. The first game I watched against Stanford, it was constant penetration, splitting double teams, and being disruptive. He has a great ability to just slip off blocks. He's not a real long player in terms of his length, but he's just slippery. As a rusher, quick rip move. He's able to get home on Dwayne Haskins here working against Ohio State. And they are celebrating again.
Yeah, they are. They're
as they go back to the Pac-12.
That's a chest bump. That's a hug.
Doing a little work there, Rich. Get Penei Sewell, and now you go to the Pac-12 and get Levi Onwuzurike. I don't think this is quite as physical or as violent as we saw last night, but still a lot of energy in that draft room.
2 Pac-12 picks right there on the line. They're hammering that line there with Dan Campbell, the new HC there. So now we'll find out who Miami traded up to get. The Giants trading all the way from 42 down to 50, and for that, they get a 3rd-round pick next year. If you remember, they got a 1 and 4 in next year's draft because they moved down in the 1st round last night. So they got a 1, 3, and 4. A lot of right turns coming out, and the NASCAR right turns is the Giants have traded out twice
I think Dave Gettleman's doing this for entertainment at this point in time.
So the Dolphins have already chosen Javon Holland, safety out of Oregon. Who did they trade up 8 picks to get? We'll find out right here from the commissioner.
With the 42nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Liam Eichenberg, tackle, Notre Dame.
I said we're going to see some of these linemen come off the board, and here they come. Liam Eichenberg, I thought might have a chance to slip in to the back end of round 1. He's a 3-year starter at Notre Dame as a left tackle. Does a nice job of just staying square. There's nothing sexy about him when you watch him in terms of how athletic he is or how great he bends. All he does is keep his body and the defender's body away from the quarterback. He just, as you see right here, knock the hands down, stay square. He's got a little bit of tightness, a little bit of stiffness. He will lunge on occasion. Some teams think he'll slide inside to guard. But this is once again Brian Kelly with a left tackle that goes very early in the draft.
That pedigree from Notre Dame, guys, at the O-line.
San Francisco has made its choice. Actually, no. The Raiders traded in, it seems. Then the Cowboys, Jaguars, and Bengals after that. Got the Bud Light draft tweets here on draft night here in Cleveland, Ohio. Sun setting on a crisp night. The two Bay Area teams, as they once were, have just traded. Vegas now about to make their pick because they traded with the Niners, coughed up a 4, got a 7 back as well to move up 5 spots. Vegas shocking a lot of people by choosing Alex Leatherwood with the 17th overall pick last night. One of 8 Alabama players in the first 38 picks tonight. That's a record for the most picks in the first 50 of a draft, and they did it in the first 38 when Christian Barmore was chosen by the Patriots to give them 8 of the first 38. This is the 43rd overall pick of the draft. The Cowboys have already made the 44th. The Jaguars on the clock with the 45th as we speak.
Do I hear Dylan Moses? Let's just go Bama again.
No defense. Merrick makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
The San Francisco 49ers have traded the 43rd pick to the Las Vegas Raiders. With the 43rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Trayvon Merrick, defensive back, TCU.
Wow, what a pick!
Trayvon Merrick, safety.
Great play by the all-star safety.
2020 Jim Thorpe Award recipient.
The Lowe's Fam Cam, that's a heck of a party right there. That's a Merrick party there in Bulverde, Texas. There we go. So he's going to go to Las Vegas to play his football. You like this pick?
I love this pick, Rich. So this is what's so great about the draft. They take my 62nd player at 17. They come back, get my 16th player at 43. Just shows you can have all different opinions on these players.
Yes.
But Trayvon Merrick is my top safety. He's a complete safety. He's outstanding with his angles to the alley. You want him to cover tight ends in man coverage, not a problem for him at all. Again, watch him see through the receiver to the quarterback, find the football and play it down the field again. Go up and poke the ball out down the field. He can find it both underneath and down the field. There's no panic whatsoever to his game. Sometimes when the ball goes up, you see guys freak out. This kid's very comfortable finding it and going after it. The range from the middle of the field or from the deep half is outstanding. So Trayvon Moehrig, to me, a home run pick for the Las Vegas Raiders.
All right, Ian Rappaport, what do you have?
Rich, to explain why Trayvon Moehrig fell, my understanding is that he actually suffered a back injury while training at Exos. He actually wore tape on his back during a pro day. Scouts noticed he got an MRI, revealed some issue. How much of an issue, not clear right now, but the Raiders clearly don't believe it is one.
All right, get your popcorn ready. This was the star of the Cowboys announced in Philadelphia. Hall of Famer to be. Drew Pearson with the Dallas Cowboys selection, 44th overall. You have the stage, Drew Pearson. Right now, here we go.
Thank you, thank you. I am honored to be here to represent the Dallas Cowboys, to have this opportunity to announce the 44th pick in the second round. I'm also honored to be here in Cleveland, Ohio, home of one of the all-time greatest franchises in NFL football history. And I stand here tonight on the shoulders of many great Cleveland Brown football players like Jim Brown, Leroy Kelly, Bobby Mitchell, Gene Hickerson, John Woolen, Gary Collins, Dr. Frank Ryan, and the great number 42, Paul Warfield. As a kid growing up, the Cleveland Browns were one of my favorite franchises, favorite teams I supported. However, on behalf of the 5-time world champion Dallas Cowboys, Hall of Fame owner Mr. Jerry Jones, Miss Jean Jones and the Jones family, head coach Mike McCarthy, all those players that played before me, with me, and after me, and of course, to Cowboy Nation. With the second pick in the 44th round, 44th pick in the second round, the Dallas Cowboys select defensive back from Kentucky, Kelvin Joseph.
To the end zone, and that one is picked off.
Kelvin Joseph, cornerback.
Comes up with the interception.
Led the Wildcats in interceptions.
Yeah, Kelvin Joseph, Rich, you want to talk about explosive and fast. Ran in a 4.3, 4.40. And that athleticism was on display not only in his pro day. You saw it early in his career. He was transferred from LSU, ended up at Kentucky. But a very fluid, fast, and explosive athlete. There are some ups and downs when you watch the tape. Notoriously, Kyle Pitts got after him a little bit, but Kyle Pitts got after just about everybody lined up against him. This kid's got stop-start quickness, and again, just very fluid and smooth. The athleticism's all there. This is a Cowboys team, missed out on the corners in the first round. Yep. They swing back and get one here in Kelvin Joseph.
You know, this is a guy who's so fluid, right? And he played boundary corner for Kentucky, so the short side of the field. And with those eyes in the backfield, he got 4 interceptions. But then he thought to himself, hey, those NFL scouts are going to love those 4 interceptions, and he shut it down and opted out for the rest of the season. That hurt his stock in some people's eyes because of that opt-out.
So you add him to this secondary. Keanu Neal joining the group. And they already got Micah Parsons before. So the Jacksonville Jaguars' next pick. We'll be right back right after. No, I'm just kidding you. Here it is. As a matter of fact, this is from the Yannick Ngakoue trade with the Vikings prior to the season. So we will see who the Jaguars add to the mix. They already had Tyson Campbell tonight.
With the 45th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Walker Little, tackle, Stanford.
Yeah, Walker Little, Rich, he is a huge, huge man. He can uproot defenders. It's just a little bit of durability concerns. Had a lot of injuries during his career. You got to go back to 2018 to really see his good tape. as a pure left tackle, though, there's a reason why he was a 5-star recruit, and that's the theme we've seen from Urban Meyer going after guys with big-time reputations coming out of high school. Here he is climbing up to the second level against USC, latching on and being able to drive those second-level defenders. He can reach and cut off with his athleticism on the backside of the run game. Again, there's a reason why you're that sought after as a recruit coming out of high school. You're going to see some speed rushers coming off the edge. Just make them run around the arc, make them get around you. He stays latched and attached in pass pro for the most part. The one exception would be a Notre Dame game. He was a little bit off that day and struggled that afternoon. Outside of that game, I thought he was very consistent. Again, it just came down to durability. But I'm looking at Tyson Campbell as a 5-star player coming out of high school. Walker Little, a 5-star player coming out of high school. Joel, you hit on that. I think they're relying a little bit on that pedigree.
There's no doubt. He talked about sitting in those living rooms, recruiting those kids. Walker Little was the number 3 offensive tackle in the country. He hasn't really played a lot of football in 2 years, though. He suffered a knee injury his first game in 2019. So, Rich, after the opt-out last year, you got to go all the way back to that 2018 film, which is why he maybe slipped into this round.
Little in name only. Here now is the Cincinnati Bengals pick. In case you're wondering, Bengals were on the clock, 38th overall, but traded down into this spot. So the Patriots could move up and take Christian Barmore. Cincinnati netted 2 4th-rounders later on tomorrow afternoon. Be on live NFL Network for the final day of the draft, by the way, at noon Eastern time. So all good for that tomorrow. And we'll hear who the Bengals are going to choose for the first selection tonight for them. Here is the commissioner with that pick. And the Los Angeles Chargers on the clock.
The NFL's Inspire Change initiative showcases how the NFL family works together to reduce barriers to opportunity and create positive change in communities across America. Cincinnati native Means Cameron is a graduate of Program Mortar, supported by the Bengals' local Inspire Change efforts that helps minority entrepreneurs build a comprehensive skill set. From there, Means built his own successful business, Black-owned, and is using his growing business to create a brand that transcends race, generation, and location. Congratulations, Means. Please do us the honor of announcing your Cincinnati Bengals pick. I got you. Come on, bud. You come with me.
Wow. Cincinnati, it's our year. Black-owned boys in the building. Who they? And with the 46th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jackson Carman, tackle, Clemson. Let's get it.
Well, they decided between a wide receiver and Penei Sewell in the first round. They went Jamar Chase. The plan had to be to come around and get your offensive lineman here. They do it with Jackson Carman. Played a little bit heavy last year, started to lose some weight later in the process. I think that'll help him going into next year. He's had some injury concerns as well, but guys, I feel like the theme is going here. This is another big-time 5-star prospect coming out of high school, one of the highest recruited offensive linemen to ever go to Clemson, who some people believe he's going to end up sliding inside the guard, but I have to believe the long-term plan for him in Cincinnati is going to be as a right tackle.
I mean, if we keep talking about players selected by Alabama and Clemson, aren't they all 5-star?
And with all these guys going, you would think these teams would be bereft next year. They'll both be
No,
they just reload.
It's like the waves. They just keep crashing on the beach.
The only thing we're bereft of is time in this segment. Chargers, Niners, Cardinals, Giants when we come back. Keeping soaking in these Bud Light draft tweets here in Cleveland. Look at that sky. As the sun is setting on the final day of April 2021. We are at the NFL Draft. Night 2, rounds 2 and 3. Pick 47 coming in, Los Angeles Chargers. DJ, I would ask you what you think, but it's
just
time
wait to
for
find
the
out.
pick. Time for the pick. Hank Bauer is bringing it to the stage. He always brings it wherever he goes.
Mr. Energy.
Cleveland, you rock! But it's time to bolt up. With the 47th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Asante Samuel Jr., DB, Florida State.
Well, this secondary for the Chargers is going to look a little different when they get a couple Seminoles. You're going to get Derwin James back in the lineup this next season. Now you add Asante Samuel, who is an absolute ball hawk. The comp is easy. You just got to go to his dad, Asante Samuel, because the movement looks exactly the same. The toughness is there as a zone defender to see him close, foot in the ground, no wasted movement whatsoever. He's a little bit quicker than fast. Ended up running in the 4.4s, which did surprise some teams. But man, he is so instinctive. Watch him come off his coverage here. Just see the quarterback out of the corner of his eye. That is absolutely the same thing you saw his dad do year after year in the NFL. Zone coverage, I think you'll see a good bit of that with this Chargers defense. Be able to keep your eyes in the backfield, keep your eyes on the quarterback. He reads, anticipates, and jumps routes. Jalen Ramsey, another Florida State Seminole, fired up about bringing a Noel West Coast.
And who did you say the comparison was?
Dad.
Yeah, exactly. And this is an NFL comparison presented by Jeep. And it is his father, Asante Samuel Sr. And you'll see the movement and the skills that Asante Samuel Jr. used to get to the NFL now. Senior did that prior and passed on those good bloodlines, those good genes, and of course that good thinking in terms of becoming a nice DB for them. What's interesting to me about this, Joel, is he goes to the Chargers. Chris Harris Jr. plays the slot a lot.
Yes.
Asante Samuel can play the slot a lot. But outside, Michael Davis gets some competition.
Well, and think of the division, right? I mean, you're going to have to face Patrick Mahomes a couple times a year, and you got to cover the slot, let's face it, and he can do that with that speed. He's got great ball skills. I think he would have been a first rounder if he would have been 6 foot or 6'1". He would have had the length, and everyone was questioning that 5'10" size. Would he get bullied by bigger wide receivers? But everything else is an absolute yes for Asante Samuel.
And you remember last year, the Raiders got faster, Denver got faster with the wide receivers. Defensive backs become a premium.
That's the 5th corner, 6th defensive back tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've had 5 offensive linemen, 4 tackles, 1 receiver, 1 running back. I think you're noticing a run right here on offensive line and corners. And you've got a defensive tackle that went to Christian Barmore. That was a first on that front tonight. So this is the way we're rolling. The 49ers have just selected, and then the Cardinals. So we're kind of caught up to speed right here. I'm noticing the commissioners getting ready to come out shortly with the 49ers selection, and it was all, as you see from that draft room, the first mystery of the draft, the longest question we've had about this draft got solved with Trey Lance being chosen. It was Trey Lance all along, says Kyle Shanahan, and what do they do here after trading down to 48th overall earlier tonight?
Well, this is a team that always believes in the trenches on both sides, the offensive line and the defensive line. And with Trey Lance, guys, their run game was already dynamic. When you have to account for Trey Lance, even when he's not carrying the football, this run game is going to be the best in football.
So what do you think they'll do here?
Again, I look at we said offensive line, we're going to see a run, Rich. There's still more. There's still more of them out there.
How about that? Okay, so here comes the commissioner. He's come out of his green room. And now coming to the stage. After this, the Cardinals on the clock. The Giants will make their first pick of the night. They traded down as well. We've seen 5 trades so far tonight. 5 minutes and change for the Arizona Cardinals. I do believe this is a little Hall & Oates backbeat going on right now as he's coming to the stage.
Indeed it is.
I can go for this.
All right. So who do the Niners add to Trey Lance?
With the 48th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Aaron Banks, guard, Notre Dame.
Notre Dame offensive lineman, we see it each and every year. It's 6'5", 325 pounds. This is a big, massive guard who in pass protection, you just can't get through him. He's just too big and powerful. In the run game, he's able to turn you. He's a finisher. He's not the most athletic offensive lineman, which is maybe a little bit of a surprise there with San Francisco. I thought they might value a little bit more of that foot quickness, but what he can do is come off the ball and move you in the run game, and you're not going to be able to get through him in pass protection.
He absolutely mashes inside, and that's, I mean, when you look at him there, on one side is Laken Tomlinson. He'll compete with Justin School for that other guard position and give him better heft in the run game.
What a division this is. Best in football. I really think that. I know we can make an argument for many other ones, but when you add what the Cardinals, who are on the clock right now, have added in free agency with A.J. Green and J.J. Watt, just as an example, and we know that the Rams have gotten Matthew Stafford into the mix, and the Niners coming back healthy, and who knows what Lance is going to look like. And then, of course, Seattle, only 3 draft choices in this year's draft, holding on to Russell Wilson, even though that might never have been in doubt. It just is such a dramatic football division that is the deepest end of this pool known as the NFL 2021 season. I can't be more excited to see it.
It's literally been an arms race in this division, you know, a right arm race in terms of what they've done at the quarterback position. Think about the Cardinals and that clutch decision they made. They had just taken Josh Rosen. They decide, no, we've got a shot at Kyler Murray. Let's turn the page and let's upgrade at that position. Now the Rams, even having been to a Super Bowl with Jared Goff, say we've got to get better at that position. Let's go get Matthew Stafford. And now the 49ers trade all that capital to go up and get Trey Lance. And here Russell Wilson's just staying up there going, hey, I'm still here too, guys.
And Joel, they go past the quarterbacks. They draft Aaron Banks here.
Yeah.
Hey, Aaron Banks, congratulations. Can you block Aaron Donald for me? Right. With that 325 pounds,
Exactly
can
right.
you handle that big guy?
It wasn't just Goff that made a Super Bowl and then was moved on from. Jimmy Garoppolo makes a Super Bowl and now is in the process of being moved on from. So not only maybe the deepest division, but the most fascinating division in all of football.
What do you think the Cardinals do here as the picks coming to the podium?
Oh, as we look at the Arizona Cardinals, they've got a linebacker in Zaven Collins already. I thought wide receiver and corner were kind of those 2 areas they could address. Even with A.J. Green, that's not a long-term play there. I thought they might try and get some juice and speed over the top.
Well, you know, they did choose Andy Isabella with the choice that they got for Josh Rosen a couple of drafts ago. And
he just hasn't been that guy.
I know. Christian Kirk there, and who knows about Larry Fitzgerald. Larry, if you're out there, we'd love to see you back. Here comes Kelvin Beachum with the pick for the Arizona Cardinals. 49th overall.
With the 49th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Rondale Moore, receiver, Purdue.
Well, we just talked about trying to get faster over the top. I say that because there's a lot of buzz about them maybe trading up for Jalen Waddle, but Rondale Moore can fly. Low 4.3s. You can use him on some of these gadget plays. You get him on the fly sweeps, the jet sweeps, the run after catch. Not only is he fast, he is sturdy and strong. And once he breaks tackles and gets out in the open field, he's gone. This Ohio State game right here, one of the better plays. Watch him just run right through that defense. That was his hallmark game in 2018, which was his best season. Here he is working in the slot. Again, look at all the separation he's able to generate. It's a quick win on the wheel route double moves. He's got not only a second gear, but a third gear down the field. I really felt like Cliff Kingsbury wanted to add this element. They tried, as you mentioned, Rich, with Andy Isabella. It did not take. So they're going to try it again here with Rondale Moore.
Maybe they should go to Lowe's to get a vacuum cleaner or something.
They're going to need it.
In celebration with their fan cam in Louisville, Kentucky. What a nice scene that is for the family of Rondale Moore.
He's so versatile, Rich, so versatile. In fact, as a freshman, he won the Paul Hornung Award as the most versatile player in college football. This guy struggled with some injuries in 2019 and in 2020. I think that's the only reason he slipped to this point, because he is a dynamo on the field. Charles, what I love about him is all the different ways he can affect the game. Handing it to him out of the backfield, he can get his production on special teams, and then the toughness. That run against Ohio State, I had several people send me that clip and be like, how about this guy? He's a fantastic player.
So the Giants are on the clock, 3 minutes and change. Perhaps when we come back from the break, it'll be just in time to hear their pick. after the Giants, Washington, Carolina, and the Tennessee Titans here on night 2, round 2 of the NFL Draft live on NFL Network.
Midway through the second round, and check out the Bud Light draft tweets at the bottom of your screen as the fans are enjoying the festivities here on a Friday night in Cleveland, Ohio. Oh, yeah! Why not? You got to get him on Good Morning Football, Peter Schrager.
Snap into a macho fan.
Yeah, very, very well done. Here are your last 5 picks in the NFL Draft. A lot of big guys have been going. 3 of the last 5. Also, Asante Samuel Jr. follows his father's footsteps into the NFL. And Rondale Moore, only 5'7", but very, very productive out of Purdue. They love it.
Look at this.
They're ready to go. Maybe there's some Giants fans out there because the pick is in. Dave Gettleman has traded back in the first round. He's traded back now in the second round. What's he looking at here?
Okay, they're looking in the SEC, which is what is familiar territory for that coaching staff. Now, look, it's not just Joe Judge. You've also now got Jeremy Pruitt, all these other SEC coaches. They're going to go pass rusher, and it's going to be an SEC one. Washington, their division rival, comes right after. Washington's going to address the offensive line. So you look at these two teams, they're all neck and neck with the NFC East. Giants, though, I would be shocked if they don't go pass rusher. And when you talk about Washington, I'd be shocked if they're not trying to protect their quarterback and their running game. This is going to be an NFC East gauntlet this year, and both these teams are going to beef up inside the trenches right now.
Very interesting philosophy this offseason, and particularly at draft time for Dave Gettleman. In trades with the Bears and the Dolphins in rounds 1 and 2, he's picked up an extra 1, 3, 4, and 5. So the pick is in. It is Darius Slayton, Natalie Cladd. Let's see who is joining him in the NYC.
With the 50th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Azeez Ojulari, linebacker, Georgia.
All right, Azeez Ojulari had a little bit of a knee issue. If not for that, he would have gone in the first round. He's very polished with his hands coming off the edge and picked up his game as the season went along. You saw him dominate, especially when he was working against tight ends. Big hits. You see it here. Here's the speed coming off the edge. Not an elite bender, but he knocks the hands off, and then you see the close. He's got a burst once he gets to the high side of the rush. Little push-pull here, and watch the burst again. His last 3 steps, once he gets in the backfield, you can see him close. Here he is on inside counter, going to get him to overset. You've set that up, come right underneath him. And again, his ability to close and finish there on the quarterback. This Cincinnati game, their left tackle got hurt, Hudson, early in the game, he was out of the football game, and Azeez Ojulari took it over. They could not block him. He completely dominated the football game. So this is a Giants team, I thought, got a first-round player here in the second round due to some concerns teams had with an injury.
Absolutely, and he absolutely fits what Dave Gettleman likes in a pass rusher and in a player. He's a big, thick, solid, sturdy guy. And what I liked about it, Joel, was what DJ showed. He's got a lot of clubs in his bag. Yeah. One of DJ's favorite analogies in his pass rush moves.
Well, it's not only that, but it's his leadership as well. You know, off the field, as far as a team guy, he was a captain. In fact, he was the first captain as a redshirt freshman in the Kirby Smart era that young. So, you know, this guy's got all those intangibles, and I think they're going to love him.
Let me toot your horn for you, Daniel. 42 of the first 50 picks were in your top 50.
Well done, sir.
What's wrong with the other 8?
I guess that's one way to put it.
Got to be better. You got to get better.
There are some parents out there that say, well, what about the other 8?
That's right.
But hitting 42 for 50, your Padres would take that. I know that.
Yeah, 84, I would have killed to get an 84 on my report card. I came up a little short on that one.
Here's Monty Coleman. And the Browns just traded into the next slot, so that should be a lot of fun. As the Panthers, that means they've moved down twice tonight.
Here we go. With the 51st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team selects Samuel Cosmi, Texas, tackle.
Yeah, I mentioned on the Washington football team some thoughts of quarterback, but they have to address this offensive line. They do it with Cosmi. This is, again, the sweet spot of this draft is his second-round offensive tackle group. Ended up running in a 4.85 40 to show you just how quick and explosive he is. He has got powerful hands. When he latches on you, it is over. Problem is he's not an elite bender. He's not a great bender of the knees, So there are some issues you need to work through there. But again, he is so strong and so powerful, Charles. When he gets his hands on you, that's a wrap.
Well, you can see the fan cam right there in Humble, Texas, with a nice moment right there. And I hate to break it to everybody. This is now with the Cleveland Browns on the clock, and they just traded with Carolina, pardon me. This is what Carolina's now traded down twice. They traded down from 39 down to 52, got a 2 and a 6. I mean, got a 3 and a 6. Now they traded down from 52 to 59, and they got another 3 while coughing up a 4 with that selection of Cosme, as the Browns have just realized that their teams are on the clock now. That has been 13 selections without an Alabama player. That's the most of the 2021 draft, breaking the 12-pick drought that had the last 8 selections of last night and the first 4 of tonight not being an Alabama player. So I don't know what's going on with Alabama, but it's been 13 selections now.
Well, Joel just mentioned him a little while ago. Dylan Moses somewhere angry. Why? What's it taking so long? Come get me. I'm an Alabama player.
Well, we'll see if the Browns might have that in mind. But Carolina's traded down twice now again tonight, and the draft hall is going nuts. Berea, Ohio. That's Kevin Stefanski, the coach of the 11-win Cleveland Browns.
I wonder if this is a spot for an edge player.
Is that Randy Savage? Is that the Macho Man?
It's gotta be, right? Come on. That's amazing.
Schrager mentioned it a little while ago. They snapped into it. But the Macho Man coming out here wanting to help make that pick.
Please tell me he just walked up and was like, I dressed up like this. I'm sitting in the chair.
No matter who got picked.
Yeah, I don't care.
I'm taking the chair.
In the chair.
And who's going to stop him?
Nobody.
What you going to do, brother?
Yeah.
By the way, is that an actual mask of his face that's on his face?
It certainly
right
looks
now?
like it, doesn't it? By the way, he's a former minor league baseball player like you, Joel.
No,
the Macho
really?
Man was a minor league baseball player before he got into professional wrestling.
Good man.
Topics I did not know we would touch this evening. The Macho Man's minor league baseball career was not on my bingo card.
Don't get me started with his brother, Leapin' Lanny Poffo.
They're hyping it up here in Cleveland, Ohio. The Browns, an 11-win team. They won a playoff game for the first time since coming back to life in 1999, beating the Pittsburgh Steelers. Gave the Chiefs a nice run for their money in the second round of the playoffs. And they've got the Macho Man up.
Who's making the pick, Miss Elizabeth?
Let me look. Hold on a minute.
DJ's back, everybody. We threw him off for a second, but he's back.
Actually, I think it's a special youth football pick coming up on the screen, coming up on the stage. But that's a good reference, though, DJ. I hope he doesn't spin off the stage.
Let's hope the Hulkster doesn't show up so you have the towers of power.
This guy wearing roller skates?
Good Lord, where's the commissioner?
If he's on roller skates, where's his whistle?
Can he come down top rope now or what? Here he comes. All right.
I don't know, but if he's going to put a chair over his back, he better get some help to lift that thing.
Here inside the draft hall. The Macho Man, meet the commissioner of the National Football League. That's a meeting I never thought we'd ever see.
Tag team.
He's in. He's in.
The fans here are going nuts.
Joining me tonight for the Browns pick is Coach Marty Gibbons from Lake Catholic High School. Coach Gibbons is a recipient of the 2020 Cleveland Browns High School Coach of the Year Award. His commitment and dedication to the football community goes above and beyond, and he is truly a player's coach. Coach, we congratulate you for your awards and what you're doing for the next generation of our youth. Coach, it's your honor for the Cleveland Browns choice.
What's up, Cleveland? With the 52nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, linebacker, University of Notre Dame.
That's a pretty darn good hit.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, linebacker.
You can see that power and brawn in that play. This is a special player.
2020 Dick Butkus Award winner.
The player that's 15th on Daniel Jeremiah's top draft board just went to the Cleveland Browns, 52 overall. His family in Virginia on the Lowe's Fam Cam. So thrilled. Congratulations to that family. He's coming to Cleveland.
Tell you what, Rich, this Jeremiah is pretty fired up about this Jeremiah right here. My 15th overall player. To me, speed, toughness, and instincts are what you want in a defensive player, and this kid is dripping in all three. You put on the tape, you can't take your eyes off him because of huge shots like you saw in that game against Florida State. They show up, I call them these splatter shots. Here he is coming again. He sees his gap, he finds seams, and then he shoots through there to make plays on the other side of the line of scrimmage. He's adept at slipping blocks. He's so nimble and loose. He's not the biggest guy in the world. He probably played at 210, 212 pounds, but he can cover in the slot. Some teams think he's going to be a big nickel or a strong safety. Others view him as a will linebacker. Look at his instincts on this one as he's coming across the formation. Watch him adjust, get his eyes back, and knock the football away. Again, to me, this is a home run pick. All these general managers and head coaches are high-fiving after picks. This deserves a hug. This is a home run.
This was the pick I thought they might make it 26, and now they're able to make it at 52. And my comp for him, when you look at him, is Harrison Smith, the safety from the Minnesota Vikings. I realize he's been a linebacker at Notre Dame, but when Daniel Jeremiah is talking about his ability to play big nickel, play strong safety with that speed, those same type of instincts to plug him in spots where you're having trouble, that's what Mike Zimmer does with Harrison Smith, Joel Klatt. That's exactly what you can do with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. And Joe Woods, the defensive coordinator, he's already drawing up stuff for him.
Playmaker, right? I mean, you find a spot for him on the field. Yeah, he's a tweener. Great. Put him on the field. He's going to find the football. He's going to create for you. And let's just dub him the Macho Man pick right now. He is the Macho Man.
Oh, well, yeah.
That wasn't the, Randy Savage, by the way.
It wasn't?
No.
That was not Bonesaw McGraw from the Spider-Man movie?
Randy Savage, may he rest in peace, for 10 years.
Yeah, but did you see him as Bonesaw McGraw in the Spider-Man movie? He was great.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. So the Tennessee Titans pick is coming up. It will be introduced by George the Animal Steele. In the meantime, we'll send things to you, Chris Rose. Chris?
Rich, thank you very much. Joined by Peter Schrager once again, and somebody was up here jumping off the top rope. That's all I can tell you. The city of Cleveland is excited. They've gotten defensive help with their first two picks. Greg Newsome the second, and J.O.K. now.
I know you're looking for my analysis. Chris, you're excited. You're a fan.
Yes, a native Clevelander coming off a playoff win for the first time since the '94 season. This team is skyrocketing up, and this city is just embracing this team. They are loving it. Did you guys like the pick or not? Yeah? I certainly would think so. Here we go, the Titans and Kevin Dyson.
All right, with the 53rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Dylan Radunz, tackle, North Dakota State.
Yeah, Dylan Radunz, I thought might at the end of the process even sneak into the back end of the first round, put him there in my final mock draft. He was a teammate there with Trey Lance, protecting his blind side. Some teams, again, as they were with a lot of these offensive linemen, view him as a guard. He got some reps there in the Senior Bowl, held up very well. I think he can hang at tackle. He's somebody that has outstanding football awareness. He's very smart, takes very good angles. He's a consistent player. I thought this guy's going to start in the NFL, Charles, for 8 to 10 years.
This is the Isaiah Wilson 2 pick to me, because he goes to right tackle. You already have Taylor Lewan coming back to play left tackle, and I like what they already have at guards with Saffold and Nate Davis.
Yeah, and just a heads up to Dylan Radins, when Taylor Lewan says to come on Bussin' with the Boys podcast, there's no engine in the bus. It's a bus without an engine. It's a bus with a podcast. There's no engine. Get an engine. Maybe this guy can get an engine. Check out the draft tracker, every single pick of this great draft. Check it out on the draft tracker presented by Lexus. Once we're done here, we turn our attention to the schedule release. All 17 regular season games of all 32 teams released on May the 12th on NFL Network and also on ESPN2. The biggest season ever indeed. It's a schedule release on May the 12th. And then tomorrow we will reveal the Run Rich Run results for this year's run on behalf of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Last year when we ran at the Combine at 2020, I got to meet a young man named Vaughn who turned to the hospital in January of 2019 after he was diagnosed with brain cancer. He was able to have brain surgery to remove the tumor thanks to St. Jude and the proton therapy to successfully eradicate the cancer. It was a miracle that he was there to run that day, and it's an even better thing to see. He's here tonight to announce the Colts pick with us.
Hi NFL fans, I'm so excited for my favorite team, the Indianapolis Colts, with the next pick. St. Jude has done so much for me and my family. Thank you to the NFL for all the support about my kids like me. Now back to you in Cleveland to make the pick. Go Colts!
So a beautiful boy, Vaughn, handing it off to Antoine Bethea. Here's the Colts pick.
Thank you, Vaughn. Happy to see you doing well. And with the 54th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Dayo Odeyingbo, DN, Vanderbilt.
Then he's hit and dropped. Top shelf one.
Dayo Odeyingbo, edge.
Trouble and he's sacked.
2020 second team All-SEC.
So they're hitting that pass rush in Indianapolis. Last night it was Quiddy Pay, and now it's this young man.
I'm so happy for this young man, Rich, because on January 24th, he tore his Achilles. He was on his way to being a first-round pick, was going to compete in the Senior Bowl. Unfortunately, tore his Achilles on January 24th. But, man, when you watch the tape, you can see why teams are fired up. He is long, 35.25-inch arms. They use him on the edge. They use him inside. Reminded me a little bit of Trevor Price, who I was around later in his career with the Baltimore Ravens. He's just so long, you can't get your hands on him as an offensive lineman. So he's got some recovery still ahead of him coming off this Achilles. But Chris Ballard always values traits, and this guy's traits are pretty special.
Let's get more on this pick from Ian Rappaport. Ian?
Rich, for the Indianapolis Colts, this actually could be a redshirt year pick. My understanding, as DJ mentioned, he tore his Achilles, of course, in January. Not expected to be cleared to get on the field until August. Not expected to be cleared to play until probably October. So this could be someone we will see in 2022 for the Colts.
All right. Thanks, Ian. Greatly appreciate it. So guess what, Seahawks fan? Your team's actually on the clock in the 2021 NFL Draft with picks 56. But for the moment, let's send things to the stage for the Steelers' latest selection with Franco Harris. Set.
Hello. Thank you for that nice Cleveland welcome. But I do want to say hello to my Cleveland friends. And here we go, Steelers! Yeah, Steelers, here we go. With the 55th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Pat Freiermuth from Penn State University, tight end. Woo! Here we go, Steelers.
Wow, I mean, to be a member of the Steelers announced by Franco Harris and you're from Penn State, that's pretty cool.
Doesn't get bigger than that, right?
No.
Pat Freiermuth connecting all the dots here. My number 2 tight end, he's got that huge catch radius. We saw Hunter Henry get paid by the New England Patriots. That's who he reminds me a lot of. They use him in the wing, they use him in line, they'll flex him out. They use him all over the place. He's got some wow one-handed catches down the field, outstanding hands. He's not the most sudden or explosive player, but if you look at him, you can see a little glimpse of somebody like a Heath Miller who had a lot of success there with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Going to team up with Eric Ebron to give Ben Roethlisberger 2 really impressive tight ends.
So Franco Harris, after Najee Harris is chosen, announces a Penn State Nittany Lion, Pat Freiermuth, to join the Pittsburgh Steelers. Pretty neat stuff here in Cleveland, Ohio. Let's send it over to Lowe's home team headquarters now for an announcement from Lowe's home team GM, Drew Brees. Still a gajillion hours of draft coverage to come, all of them tomorrow. Yep. As soon as we're done, we sleep for 30 seconds and then we're back here. But it's all good. We love it. Saturday draft coverage right here all afternoon and early evening. Beautiful night, crisp night here in Ohio. 3 picks in a row of teams that have yet to pick in the draft. The Seahawks, then the Rams, and then that's the Seahawks draft room right there in Renton, Washington. We'll find their pick in just a matter of moments. And then the Rams are choosing, and then the Chiefs choose. So all the Chiefs fans, including our friend Eric Stonestreet of Modern Family fame, he just texted me, I'll tell you this, best team in NFL coming up in 2 picks, FYI. Just want to let you in the panel know.
Always nice to hear from him.
Yeah.
You know, and he lives it too.
He's
K-State.
He always comes in through the front door with his Chiefs fandom.
No doubt.
Seahawks fans have been waiting for this pick. And then the Rams from Malibu will make the pick. We'll show you that beautiful draft house, if you will, in a moment. But here's the Seattle Seahawks' first pick of the draft. Matt Strong is the one bringing it to the podium.
Thank you. With the 56th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Dwayne Eskridge, wide receiver, Western Michigan.
Well, we talked about him prior to this second day getting started. This guy is a speedster. He won the 100 and 200 meter in high school in the state of Indiana. He's a playmaker now. He's done some switching of positions in his college career. He started as a wide receiver, then he played some corner, goes back to wide receiver, but he is a playmaker there at Western Michigan. And I like this pick there for the Seahawks. Some more firepower on the field, Daniel.
Saw the Arizona Cardinals go with Rondale Moore, a speedster inside the division. The Seahawks matching speed for speed here with Eskridge, who's also one of the best special teamers and is a gunner as well as a returner, something Pete Carroll will value.
So this kid, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett.
That's some speed.
I know, but didn't the quarterback want protection up front? I mean, honestly, if we're going to do that for Aaron Rodgers and say what's going on, I mean, shouldn't we? I know I'm stirring the pot a little bit here, but I'm just want to throw that out.
I was curious through that whole conversation, CD. I want to get your thoughts on this. What does that conversation look like when Russell Wilson walks back into the building with those offensive linemen that he's said you'd like to see a little bit of an upgrade there? That's going to be an interesting meeting.
Yeah, and it'll be a short one too, won't it? It'll be like, hey guys, I'm good. Let's go. And by the way, here's some Alaska Airlines tickets.
Right, that's right. And some watches. And, how about a dinner?
You guys need an ATV?
What do you need?
What do you want?
Guys, go guys. Good.
So how do you spend the draft when you don't have a first-round selection? Go hang out in Malibu. Let's check it out. This is what the Rams are drafting from right here. I see your spot, your Bond Lair, Kingsbury, and I raise you a Malibu beach house. Looking good, Billy Ray.
Feeling good, Lewis.
I like how
Look at that.
It's a California room, Rich. It opens the indoor space to the outdoor space.
Oh, my
I hear it's
word.
nice there this time of year.
Look at the pads.
Oh, yeah.
Blocking sled pads.
Those sliders. I had my money on collapsible doors.
Who's that?
Is that Commissioner Goodell?
No, that was Kevin Demo. Is that a portrait
That's
of the commissioner on there?
back
Is
there.
that the commissioner?
On the wall?
For sure it is.
Fantastic. Just fantastic.
Well done.
That's incredible.
All right. I guess, do you rent that? I mean, the house, does it come with the house? Oh,
The picture was brought in. That's what I heard.
The Los Angeles Rams are on the clock. What do you think they're going to do here?
First of all, Rich, I think everybody in the NFL is rooting for them to nail this draft so they can employ this same strategy themselves.
That's right.
I got to get to Malibu.
When I look at this team, I look at the linebacker position. Nick Bolton from Missouri's in my top 50. He's still hanging out there. As an edge rusher, Ronnie Perkins add a little bit more edge rush to a team. You can't have too many pass rushers. Those are the two guys I have left in my top 50 on the defensive side of the ball. And then on the other side, you know, Terrace Marshall is a wideout, is worthy of a first-round pick, but he's had some medical stuff that's caused him to slide. And the other player I have in my top 50 left is Quinn Miners, who's just one of my favorite players, interior lineman from Wisconsin Whitewater.
They've talked about depth. You know, they don't need a lot of help on the defensive side, but they certainly could get value on the defensive side. They've talked about maybe a threat to stretch the field or maybe interior offensive line help, maybe a Creed Humphrey from Oklahoma. It's time for him potentially to come off the board. So lots of different directions they can go here.
Is that the first ever instance of a coach calling a new drafted player, hold on a minute, I've got to close the door, I can't hear you over the ocean? You know,
I would imagine it's the first time.
I think that's the first, right? Over the infinity pool on top of it. I mean, it's just not enough.
And that was discussed prior, too, that when we do make the call, let's make sure we let them know that we're sliding the door.
That's right.
So because the ocean was getting involved.
Now the Chiefs are on the clock, waiting for the commissioner to come out with the Los Angeles Rams selection. And the Rams are going to get Orlando Pace out there to make the pick.
Rich, I know it's about probably 4 rounds too early, but there is somebody from Oregon named Brady Breeze. If you're ever going to do something, this is the time to do it.
It's a reach, though. It's a total reach.
Maybe not the value, but
it's not
a good spot.
Why did you draft him? Well, I mean, it was funny. That doesn't work, right? Doesn't funny. For the joke. Does that offend you as an evaluator?
Sure,
no, it offends me as a comedian, like the Seinfeld yada 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 episode.
Sure, the joke doesn't help you cover Tyler Lockett. I get it, okay?
But come on, owner. Wasn't that cool?
That was amazing.
Oh my! Here comes Orlando Pace, making his way to the stage for the Los Angeles Rams' first selection of the draft. They've got 2 3s, a 4, 6, and a 7. Also sending our best to Les Snead, who came down positive for COVID just yesterday. Sending our best to Les out there.
I want to be Orlando Pace's tailor and get paid by the yard. Look at that.
With the 57th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Tutu Atwell, wide receiver, Louisville.
In stride, caught, and into the end zone.
Two-time first-team All-ACC.
Downfield shot, Atwell makes a catch.
Tutu Atwell, wide receiver.
And Tutu makes an electric play downfield.
This is literally a race in the NFC West right now. From Rondale Moore to Eskridge to now Atwell. These are 3 of the fastest players in the entire draft. Reminds me a lot of Hollywood Brown. There's guys with a second gear. Charles, this guy has another gear on top of that one. He's got a 3rd gear.
There's no doubt about it. And my comp for him is Jakeem Grant because of the size. I mean, when we were worried about Devontae Smith's size, and then Tutu Atwell weighed in at what, 152, 153? But the gadgets that Sean McVay likes to employ, Joel, this fits Tutu Atwell in a big way. How you scheme to get him open, get the ball in his hands in open space, and turn him loose, whether you jet sweep it, whether you swing it to him, whether you throw it downfield.
And you know what? It used to be a thing where it's like, well, these guys are just too small, right? But they're not. And look at that firepower now with Matthew Stafford to try to go down the field and get that vertical threat. How about Tutu Atwell, by the way? DJ, the only receiver in this draft that had more yards after the catch was Devontae Smith. This guy can get it done.
The only reason why he's there at this point in time is because he was listed at 165. He showed up at 155, and then at the combine recheck, he was 149. One of the teams that really liked him said, we just want to make sure he's not melting.
Well, I guess now he's going to go out for a swim now that they've made that pick. By the way, don't forget, the team also chose Van Jefferson, and he's a very talented young player, and they signed Deshaun Jackson.
So speed
to go with Cam Akers, who's going to give a running attack to Matthew Stafford. He's not quite used to. Let's send things to Peter Schrager right now. Peter?
Rich, I spoke with Coach McVay earlier this week. I said, let's go through some of the guys. He said, this guy Tutu Atwell, if we can get a hands on him, we're going to take him because he is Deshaun Jackson Jr. It is exactly what you guys said. Speed, 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 in what the NFC West is shaping up to be a track race. I'll also say this. I've done plenty of fantasy football drafts in the month of August by a swimming pool. The first pick, you're fine. Chris, it starts to get in those later picks when all of a sudden you start saying, just take whoever. I'm having a good time out here. I'm a little concerned about day 3 for the Rams. That's all I'll say.
They are going to have a very different look offensively, starting at quarterback. They're adding young talent around there. It's going to be very, very interesting, and so too will the pick of the Kansas City Chiefs as we send it back on over to Rich Eisen.
It's very much as the Chiefs are getting ready to pick. You can tell that's Andy Reid coming through, obviously, in that fully vaccinated draft room. I do want to make just one quick mention here about last year. That was the first Louisville player picked. Tutu Atwell, 155, right? Pounds, did you mention?
Down to 140.
Last year, the first Louisville player selected was Mekhi Becton. I don't know if the 209-pound difference between year to year could be a record for a school in the history of the draft. I'm just going to go out and say it's probably it.
That may explain why Tutu's lost weight. He's been training with Mekhi, and the meals are just not getting to Tutu.
It was all about the 40 time. How fast can I run? I don't know. How light can I be?
That's how I handled my run this year, to be quite honest. I'm not going to lie. Kansas City Chiefs are looking at what, do you think, with their first pick that's about to be announced?
They're in pretty good shape, Rich. Obviously, when you look at their roster, they've addressed that offensive line. There's still some quality offensive linemen out there. Edge rusher, can't have enough of those as well, so I keep an eye on that.
Okay, let's go to the stage and get the pick right now. Will Shields with his gold jacket coming to the stage.
With the 58th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Nick Bolton, linebacker, University of Missouri.
Nick Bolton, linebacker.
Bolton was right there reading the play to knock it down.
Two-time first-team All-SEC.
Yeah, Nick Bolton, to me, was my 30th overall player as he's celebrating with his family here, guys. This is, again, the Chiefs team didn't have a first-round pick. I think they still got a first-round player.
And what a story. If you missed it, go to NFL.com. We showed a feature prior to our draft tonight on the draft journey of Nick Bolton, who goes from Mizzou to Kansas City for the two-time defending AFC champions. Super Bowl champion once removed. Panthers, Saints, Bills, Packers when we come back to Cleveland. Verizon's announcing Verizon Small Business Days now through May 7th. Meet with a business specialist and get limited time offers. Learn more at verizon.com/small business. We've seen 6 trades tonight in round number 2. Carolina's been involved in both. They finally just made a pick. The Saints are now on the clock as we bring in Ian Rappaport to ask, where are the quarterbacks tonight?
Yeah, no quarterbacks taken yet tonight, Rich. My understanding is this is the first potential landing spot for a quarterback. Davis Mills from Stanford was described to me as a little bit of a secret crush for New Orleans. They did all the work on the quarterbacks now, from Kellen Mond to Kyle Trask, But from what I am told, this is the one at least they were keeping their eye on. We will see. Are they comfortable with the medical? Are they cool with the knee? Will the Saints take a quarterback coming up, Rich?
Well, I mean, if it is Davis Mills, I know you mentioned earlier, Joel, that you wished he had stayed in school.
Yeah.
But if he comes out and he winds up with Sean Payton, that's not a bad.
It's a great spot to
That's
land.
a pretty great spot. But we don't know, obviously, what's going on in that draft room right now with 5 minutes on the clock.
There would also be a lot of synergies to the schematics between what Sean Payton does and what David Shaw does. You know, in their origins, that's really West Coast system. I know Payton has deviated a little bit from that, but Davis Mills certainly would understand that offense right away.
So once upon a time, Carolina sat 39th overall, traded down so the Bears could take Tevin Jenkins, and then traded down once again so Cleveland could come up and make their selection here at the draft in Owusu-Koramoah. So Carolina's now finally going to make the pick. They needed 2 3s and a 6 for moving down all the way to 59th overall. It's now time to hear what Carolina's got to say with Kemp Rasmussen bringing it to the stage.
With the 59th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Terrence Marshall Jr., wide receiver, LSU. Keep pounding.
We have ourselves a track meet.
Terrace Marshall Jr., wide receiver.
It is caught. Marshall for the touchdown.
1,594 career receiving yards.
Well, teams love wide receivers from LSU, and here's another one in Terrace Marshall. He can play inside and outside. He would have been long gone right now. If he had clean medical, he probably would have gone in the first round. But I love the fact that Joe Brady, his former offensive coordinator at LSU, stood on the table for him here and is going to bring him to the Carolina Panthers, which is also going to be the first offensive player Matt Rule has drafted after an all-defensive draft last year. As you look at the next-gen stats, draft score, Terrace Marshall, Charles, inside, outside, above the rim, down the field, you name it, he can do it.
You remember, it wasn't that long ago, our humble host, Rich Eisen, was saying, oh, now they're adding all the weapons in New York. And the former quarterback there is saying, oh, Sam Darnold's like, what the heck? Well, he's got to love this because DJ Moore is already there. Robbie Anderson's there. They picked up David Moore from Seattle, and now you add this guy on the perimeter. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice for that new quarterback.
And don't forget that kid McCaffrey, who's pretty good at football.
I heard he was pretty good. They tried to by the way, they tried to move Marshall into that Justin Jefferson role this last year. It wasn't quite as good of a fit. He's better on the outside because of that length and just overall physicality. This is a really good player who was one of the top recruits as a wide receiver coming into college. He's a heck of a player.
And of course, someone who would know how to employ him in an offense is Joe Brady.
Absolutely.
Who was the offensive coordinator there and was the guy who was at the headset when Burrow threw 60 touchdowns a couple of years ago at LSU. So now the Saints are on the clock, and maybe, well, they're off the clock. The Bills are now on the clock. The Saints have made the pick. Do you think, you heard what obviously what Ian had to say is the Bills went right away. They just snagged whoever they wanted real quick, and the Packers are now on the clock. What do you think about what the Saints are going to do here?
Well, when they were picking in the first round, I had teams tell me that the Saints don't have a corner opposite of Marshawn Lattimore. The expectation was that's what they would do in round one. They went Peyton Turner. They're going to have to get a corner here pretty soon, whether it's right here or soon thereafter. They don't have a starter right now, so that's a hole on their roster.
All right. I think I might have made a mistake hearing that the Packers are on the clock, but the Bills are still ticking down. And the Saints fans are having a ball. I think that's probably redundant. You just always assume that's the case. So the commissioner is out on the stage right now with the Saints' latest selection. And I think
letting it go a little too, isn't he?
That's right. I think he was being a little socially distant there.
With the 60th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Pete Werner, linebacker, Ohio State.
Boy, the Saints like drafting defensive players from the Ohio State, don't they? They got a ton of Ohio State players in their celebrating that pick in the fully vaccinated draft room in Metairie. We'll discuss that pick and then let you know maybe who the Bills have selected before the Packers-Chiefs select with their own pick. The one they used was the one in the Ravens acquisition. And then the Bucks to wrap up round 2 on night 2. I had 8 NFL legends run the 40-yard dash with me, and every single cleat worn by a legend on that day a couple of Saturdays ago, and we'll reveal the results tomorrow, autographed their cleats. Ray Lewis, Torrey Holt, Jerry Rice, Rod Woodson, Mike Vick, Chris Carter, just to name a few. They're all at NFL.com/auction. Let's raise all we can for St. Jude. The Chiefs and then the Bucks, the participants of the Super Bowl double nickel that went down. Oh, somebody can't believe that you're a Macho Man historian. Bonesaw McGraw from Spider-Man, that's strong. A little kudos from Ace D. Cardano.
Bonesaw is ready.
I'm going to trust you on that one, Chuck. I didn't get. I'm off on that one.
You guys didn't see the Spider-Man movie, but I'm telling you.
And then, of course, the meeting of the minds right here. That sort of draft Yalta that we never thought we'd ever see. That happened. That went down.
See the commish holding the tag rope there.
Yeah. My favorite was like Macho Man was like, sure, you can walk across my stage.
Yes, you may. Yes, most powerful man in sports. You may go do your job, please. The floor is yours.
I'll be right here. You need backup. I'm your man.
Come on, man.
So good.
All right, so the Bills pick is coming in. And we've got ourselves a look inside the draft room of the Bills. That pick has already been made. The Packers have been on the clock for about 2 minutes. A fully vaccinated draft room there in Orchard Park, New York. And to bring it out, we got to turn it on. We're going to bring you the power. The Electric Company. Joe DeLamalure in his Hall of Fame jacket.
All right, here we go. With the 61st pick in the 2021 draft, the Buffalo Bills select Carlos Basham Jr., Wake Forest University, defensive end. Good luck, Carlos.
The Buffalo Bills go back and get another pass rusher. They got Gregory Rousseau in the first round. They come back with Carlos Basham, who's a really talented interior rusher. He's a little bit of a tweener there. You see his height and weight there. 6'3", 274 pounds. This guy makes a lot of plays down the line of scrimmage and spends a lot of his time on the other side of the line of scrimmage. Very disruptive. He wins right now with quickness. The wins are over right at the line of scrimmage. Here you see some power, some knockback. Wanted to see a little bit more of that consistently from him, particularly when he's off the edge, because he has that strength. Just want to see him tap into it. He's got some balance when he's working in between doubles, as he does right here against Virginia Tech. He's always efforting, he's always fighting, he's always trying to get home. Here's another example of that pursuit. He plays another one who plays extremely hard, that Sean McDermott style of player. And I love the fact the Buffalo Bills say it's a deep draft at the edge rusher position. There's nothing wrong with taking 2 of them.
So Basham, what a great name for a defensive end. Is this the concept of, well, we couldn't get past the Chiefs, we might have to get past Lamar, let's go chase these guys down? Is that the concept we're seeing right here?
Think of the Super Bowl. I mean, Tampa won that, guys. Listen, I know Brady's Brady and everything, but my goodness, that pass rush was excellent.
It's hard to find weaknesses on that Bills team, but they were tied for 15th in sacks. They've addressed that.
So now it's time to play the can we read into the Rodgers-Packers relationship through their choice at the draft selection. Let's see what we got right here. It's time for the Packers to come up here.
How everybody doing tonight? Oh, man. But yeah, before I get into this pick, I want to thank the organization, Green Bay Packers, for giving me an opportunity to represent our organization to the best I can. I want to thank the NFL for giving me an opportunity. And with that being said, the Packers fans up front, we not done yet, so I'm letting y'all know we getting one. So with that being said, with the second pick
of the 2021 NFL Draft, Green Bay Packers select Josh Myers, center, Ohio State. Go Blue Dome.
Rashawn Gary with that announcement. He's sneaking a go blue here for the Ohio State pick in Ohio.
An Ohio State pick at center who's going to replace an Ohio State center, and Corey Linsley, who left in free agency to the Chargers. So this is somebody that can play center. Some view him as a guard. But when you have a loss there, like they had in free agency, Elton Jenkins is versatile. There was some thought he could slide in there and play center. This allows you to keep him where he is, and you can slide Myers right into that starting lineup. He's got outstanding awareness and football intelligence. I think that'll play well with Aaron Rodgers, provided he's still there. He can bend and redirect. He's got really strong hands to control there, Charles. This is a good player.
And Joel, you brought up Creed Humphrey from Oklahoma not long ago, another guy who would have been consideration to be the center there. This pick was made, I think, because they think Myers might be a little bit stouter. Yeah. And when you think about Minnesota, Michael Pierce coming back now, right? When you think about dealing with Chicago's big defensive front, that might be why that pick was made there instead of a Creed Humphrey, who I absolutely love from Oklahoma.
Myers is a captain. He's very athletic, guys. That's why one of the reasons Ohio State loves putting their most athletic guy at center. He's very smart, and he had a turf toe injury, which actually limited him a little bit this last year. It kept him out of the Senior Bowl. He's a very good player for the Buckeyes and now for the Pack.
Eric Stokes, Josh Myers, defensive back, Georgia, center for the Ohio State, your first two Green Bay Packers selections in the 2021 draft. So the Chiefs have, as you pointed out, watching their jewel of a quarterback run for his life in the Super Bowl, have really hit this offensive line. That's the additions. Peter Schrager, we're going to get the Chiefs' next pick. Go for it.
They're not done, Rich. You're going to like this one, guys. We'll come back to you, but they're going to protect Patrick Mahomes. Keep on adding to that offensive line. This is the whole goal of this offseason. Keep Mahomes upright. That's what they're going to be doing here. Brett Veach and the boys up in Kansas City.
All right, there's Peter Schrager with a little bit of a heads up on what to expect right here from the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, we already saw Will Shields. It's scheduled to see the Isley brothers here, but they introduced the Dolphins before, and the commissioner is coming out. All right, here he comes. The penultimate pick of the second round and first of the night here. However, on night two, coming up, the Buccaneers are on the clock. Time ticking down right there. The second to last pick of the second round. Yes, Charles?
Rich, they probably jumped the Isley brothers up because they had to go get the party started somewhere else.
Well done. Well
Thank
done.
you.
With the 63rd pick in the 2021 draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Creed Humphrey, center, Oklahoma.
And Brett Veach and Andy Reid, you're going to love this player, Creed Humphrey. I love offensive linemen that are accomplished wrestlers. He was a phenomenal high school wrestler. He's got that first step quickness for the lateral run game. The only thing he's going to need to clean up, you see him with his left hand. There's a left-handed center, and some shotgun snaps can get away from him at times, something they can easily correct.
Nice. Look at the dog. Yeah, pick up the dog. Put the dog down, sir.
Dog loves it, Rich. What are you talking about? The head is back. Dog loves it.
Dog's loving that.
My goodness.
That is not a macho man.
Oh, nice. Well, they just added Creed to the office there in Kansas City. We've got one more pick, and it's in. And then we move our attention to the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are on the clock to start the third round of the 2021 draft.
Can't be scared when it goes down. Got a problem, tell me now. Only thing that's on my mind is who's gonna run this town tonight. Who's gonna run this town tonight? We gonna run this town.
We are, yeah, I said it, we are. This is Rock Nation.
We've seen a lot tonight as we're getting ready for the schedule release on May the 12th, 8 Eastern Time. All 17 regular season games on NFL Network and ESPN2. We've seen the reincarnation of Randy Macho Man Savage. We've seen a center getting drafted and somebody picking up a dog and holding it up for the screen. And then the Bud Light draft tweets at the bottom of your screen lead to whatever we're seeing on the screen right now. It's a celebratory Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan.
Lot of wrestling tonight. You notice? A lot of wrestlers.
I believe Jimmy Giles has kind of come to the stage to wrap up the second round. We've already moved on to the third during the commercial break. I don't believe that's Jimmy Styles. I don't know who this is. Who do we got up here right now?
Machine Gun
Kelly, everybody.
Can't believe I beat DJ to a pop culture reference.
Oh, no. I mouthed it, but I didn't dare say it on the microphone.
Oh, got it. Oh, so you let me walk off that.
I was supposed to present one of our draft picks, but things are ridiculously crazy at this draft in particular. So I wanted to come out and say this. I will see you all right here for the show tomorrow night, and I will also see you at 2022 when the Cleveland Browns win the Super Bowl. And I'm out.
Look out. Machine Gun Kelly was supposed to announce a third-round selection, but it looks like he's out.
But he's going to join the Isley brothers. Got to get the party going now.
There we go. All right. Wow. So that's another first. We've been seeing a ton of firsts. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to be announcing their pick. Then the Jaguars go. The Vikings are on the clock. We're already into the third round.
Rich?
Yes, sir.
Machine Gun Kelly, a skinny Cooper Kupp. Anybody?
Not bad.
You think he's that good?
Now here's Jimmy Giles.
New member of the Black College Football Hall of Fame.
There we go. Making the announcement. The final pick of the second round.
Doug Williams' favorite target in Tampa.
Hello, Cleveland fans. On behalf of the NFL, we'd like to thank you for your Midwestern hospitality while we've been here. It's a great pleasure. I'm here to represent the 2021 Super Bowl champions, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. On behalf of the Glazer family, Brian Ford and the administrative staff of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and of course, the Super Bowl champion coach, Mr. Bruce Arians and his coaching staff. What a fantastic crew and what a fantastic job they did this past year. On behalf of the Buccaneers, with the 64th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Kyle Trask, quarterback, Florida.
All right, so we had to wait all night so far for a quarterback to go off the board. It does go to Tampa, and it's the Florida quarterback, Kyle Trask. Your thoughts, Daniel Jeremiah?
Well, first of all, we check out the Next Gen Stats draft score here. With Kyle Trask, body type wise, he is like a Tom Brady, 6'5" and change, 236 pounds, big hands, somebody that has that real firm, wide base that he throws from. He does not have a huge arm. You talk about the velocity, he's not going to blow you away, but he's very accurate and he's a good decision maker. I thought when you watch the opportunity he finally got, you can't cash it in any better than he did, guys.
And he had great playmakers around. You know, he had Kadarius Toney. He's got, obviously, Kyle Pitts. And I thought he operated that system so well. What Kyle Trask is to me is he's a guy that's a big quarterback that can survey the field and then make quality decisions. Now, can the ball come out a little bit quicker? Yeah, it can at times, but he is pretty accurate down the field. Look at that ball placement outside shoulder. Trask is a guy that is smart. He makes great decisions. Dan Mullen really trusted him in that offense. And guys, by the way, if they didn't have some weird shoe throwing incident, that season could have ended up very different for Trask, maybe with the Heisman Trophy. He was playing that well. So this is a guy that is clearly on his way to being what I think is a very competent backup, and then maybe, who knows, he's got the keys to the car after that.
And we'll see the whole no risk it, no biscuit, how he works on that. In the meantime, he can sit back, he can learn from a GOAT, also start putting electrolytes in his water and cutting off the ends of the banana and figuring out how to be a professional like Tom Brady. You know?
By the way, he's used to being a backup.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's going to be fine in this. He was a backup in high school to De'Aaron King, then a backup to Felipe Franks at Florida. He just waited for his time.
I mean, clearly he's going to have time to learn from the GOAT, the all-time great Tom Brady. It's the first pick of the third round. It is time for Kevin Hardy to return with the Jacksonville Jaguars selection atop the third round.
With the 65th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Andre Cisco, defensive back, Syracuse.
All righty. Troy Vincent from the league front office announces the third-round choice, Andre Cisco, out of Syracuse.
Yeah, coming off of an injury, Rich, but football intelligence, ball production, as good as you'll see in this safety class from Cisco. He's got outstanding eyes and range, especially from the middle of the field. My buddy Bucky Brooks likes to say from the top of the Christmas tree. That's where you can line him up, and that's where he'll be a true roaming free safety.
And he should start right away at the safety position for Jacksonville.
The Cisco kid kicks off out the third round here on night 2. The Vikings pick when we come back. The Houston Texans, we welcome them to Cleveland when we come back. Looking at the Draft's Inner Circle, presented by Subway. These fans have been chosen by each of the 32 clubs to serve as draft ambassadors and to further the NFL's efforts in promoting the importance of getting the COVID-19 vaccine. All of these folks have been fully vaccinated. Ian, does Kyle Trask's drafting start a run here?
Hey, Rich, as soon as the Kyle Trask pick was made, I got a text from a GM, and it was simply this: run on QBs. Couple teams to watch coming up. The Minnesota Vikings, they did all the quarterback work. I know would have considered the right quarterback in the first round. Would not be surprised if they get a potential Cousins successor here. And then, of course, the Houston Texans coming up after have so much uncertainty with Deshaun Watson, who has said he wants to be traded, has said he would not return there. Perhaps they also would look in that direction.
All right, thanks very much, Ian. There's Ziggy Wolf, the owner of the Minnesota Vikings. Does that surprise you that they're looking for a Cousins successor? It's not like Cousins is pushing 40 or anything like that.
I think it's been upgrade season, right? I mean, the teams that just don't feel like they have that home run at the position, even though you feel like you got a solid guy, teams have been looking to upgrade. It's been the theme around the league. And
I'm not even sure that they're trying to upgrade on Kirk Cousins as much as backstop the backup position for a playoff team, because right now it's Jake Browning and Nate Stanley. They may be looking to upgrade there.
And remember, if Davis Mills goes back next year, he's probably a top 10 pick, so they might think this is great value for a guy like Mills.
And it's John Randall making the pick.
Hey, Minnesota, are you ready? With the 66th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Kellen Mond, quarterback, Texas A&M. Oh!
Where it is, Kellen Mond, Texas A&M.
The
Your
arrow
thoughts, DJ?
The arrow just keeps pointing up with him, Rich. He's got a very live arm. You saw him get better each and every year, culminating in that Senior Bowl MVP performance. The arm strength is not an issue at all. You see him push the ball vertically down the field. He's got this quick twitch to him. When you see it, you don't see it all the time, but there are times where he doesn't have a lot of space to operate, and he can get that ball out. He's got a loose arm as he's falling off a throw here. Watch what he's still able to get on this football down the field. Again, you can see that just live, loose arm from Kellen Mond. Reading the defense, got a little scissors route here. See it, identify it, put the ball out there over the top, nicely done. You can tell he trusts what he sees. That confidence grew throughout his career. This is what I wanted to see a little bit more of. He's a great athlete. He wants to hang in there inside the pocket. He shows you glimpses of that athleticism to make plays like that. I would like to see him incorporate a little bit more of that, Charles. I think he's got it in his game. But I like the fact he just gets better every time you see him.
Gets better. He has the mind for it. Joel, underrated athlete. Yeah. But here's the other part. Went from Kevin Sumlin's offense to Jimbo Fisher's. And by the time he was done, he was spitting it all back to Jimbo before Jimbo could jump on him after a mistake.
Guys, you guys have heard me say this countless times. The last 10 quarterbacks to win Super Bowls, you go back to what they were as college players, and on average, those 10 quarterbacks had 35 starts and 1,200 passing attempts. Well, this guy fits in that experience mold. 44 starts, Rich, and 1,300 attempts. He's got the experience. He started as a freshman way back, like you said, Charles. And so this is a guy that's got all the athleticism, can really rip it, and is very smart.
So Cousins turns 33 later on this year. Again, that's not
old for quarterbacks anymore.
That's Nick Caserio at his first pick of the Houston Texans, which we'll get in a second. How quickly could Mon start him, just in case?
No, I think he's going to have to wait his turn here, but I think there is a payoff there down the line. And if you're wondering how much the coaches like him, Jimbo Fisher is at Kellen Mond's house tonight for the draft, so that's what type of relationship they had.
And if it disturbs Kirk Cousins for any signs, if it does upset him, we'll just see if he'll end up guest hosting Jeopardy, and we'll just take it from there, you know? Oh my gosh. The commissioner, for the second time of this draft, is holding a pick so everybody could get through singing Neil Diamond, like that they're in a karaoke bar 15 sheets to the wind.
Now this is the second opportunity for the commission to come out and get in the middle and hit the bump, bump, bomb, or something like that. That would be a big moment.
Well, actually, it's not the commissioner. It's good old Chester Pitts coming out.
Well, it looks like Chester's going to get into it.
I don't think Chester's waiting.
Chester, cut the band.
Let's go. First of all, I hope y'all having some fun because this is crazy out here. This draft is awesome. Much love to the traveling Texans. My guy right here, 24 years of marriage, happy anniversary to his wife. I just found out I walked across the stage. Show his wife some love. Show his wife some love. Cleveland, what's happening? I'm gonna take 10 seconds to tell y'all a quick story. My dad is from New York, but he loves the Cleveland Browns. When I was a kid growing up, the Brownies this, the Brownies that, them Brownies gonna be all right this year. When I got drafted, he wanted the Browns to draft me. I didn't get that lucky. I got drafted by the Texans, so it's all good, baby. All right, with the 67th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, my Houston Texans select Davis Mills, QB from Stanford. Go Texans, baby.
All right, so now what's up with that? I mean, what's up with the Texans not having any choices in the first and second round? And then when they finally get one, they choose a quarterback. What is up with that? I cannot stress this question enough. What is up with that? Hold on. Let me go ahead and put another accent on another one of the words. What is up with that? Can you decipher at all what is up with that? Did I make my question any plainer to you?
I think you're wondering what's up with that.
What is up with that?
Crystal clear.
This is everybody in the National Football League believes it's only a matter of time before Deshaun Watson is a former Houston Texan. So this, to me, is finding a quarterback that you like. Now, obviously, you're not going to get Deshaun Watson level player here with Davis Mills, but there's a lot of ability, and we'll give him his due in just a moment here. But to me, it's all about a timing with everything that's going on from what's going on with Deshaun in a legal perspective. Once that is exhausted, there's not an expectation from anybody in the league that he's going to be back in Houston. Everybody assumes that's taking place. The Miami Dolphins collected a bunch of picks in next year's draft. A lot of people assume that was because they thought this might take some time and they would have the ammunition at that point in time to do something with Deshaun Watson. And I'm sure there's other teams lined up as well. But this is just another example of where this is all headed. I think we can all see it.
From my perspective, they got a quarterback that has starting upside, right? This is not a guy you're just drafting for depth. This is not a guy that you're just drafting and you're hoping that, oh, you know, maybe it'll work out someday in the future. He was the #1 quarterback in the country coming out in 2017. He clearly has the ability, Davis Mills does, and the talent. Only 11 starts. That's why I thought he should have gone back to school, Charles.
And guess who they have there if Deshaun Watson isn't playing? Tyrod Taylor. Another guy who's a placeholder.
Look,
for a quarterback in case they get to that spot.
And I know we're getting to the Atlanta Falcons pick here, but that's just a major development that just occurred at the 2021
draft. With the 68th
draft.
pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Mayfield, guard, Michigan.
Jalen Mayfield was one of the few left. I think one of the two I have left in my top 50 that was hanging out there. You see the strength when he can get underneath defenders, particularly in the Minnesota game. You saw him forklift guys. Has some issues with balance at times, but there's flashes of first-round ability from Jalen Mayfield, and I believe is going to be a long-time starter. More than likely will end up kicking inside the guard is my guess.
Okay, which is terrific. And obviously, you know, the Bengals pick is coming up in 45 seconds. And I'm, you know, and I understand we need to give due to prospects. But how does it compute? Does that mean that the Texans feel that whatever legal issues are going on with Deshaun Watson will either not resolve themselves and he will not play for the team, or they will resolve themselves and he will not play for the team? When? He'll just play this year and Davis Mills will sit there and they'll have him as the starting quarterback?
Look, we can only give our opinion, and Charles, you cover this league on a daily basis. Do you think you're going to see Deshaun Watson in a Houston Texan uniform again?
I absolutely do not.
I didn't think so either.
Absolutely either way. And I think that's what they're doing, is they're backstopping themselves now, because you do have Tyrod Taylor there to break the fall and get Davis Mills going. Tyrod Taylor, Ryan Fitzpatrick, they're sick of being those guys, but that's who they are. They set the table for the next guy to come in.
Okay, then. The Cincinnati Bengals' latest pick is in right here. And then Carolina will choose, as they made a trade with Philadelphia. The Eagles are on the clock at 73rd overall. This is the 69th overall pick being announced. So we're in that plane stacked up at a major American airport type thing on the runway here of the draft.
Good evening, Ohio. With the 69th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Joseph Osai, linebacker, Texas.
Yeah, Joseph Osai has experience playing off the ball as well as rushing off the edge. He put on a show at his pro day with his explosiveness of 4.62 40, 41.5-inch vertical. He's very explosive. He's just a little bit tight and stiff. You see it when he gets to the top of his rush. He has a tough time cornering. But he's another guy, we've talked about some players like this that just play extremely hard. The effort is outstanding to chase and pursue. Had a little bit of a rough one against Tevin Jenkins in that Oklahoma State game, but there are other games where with his explosiveness, he can take over and dominate.
I loved Osai because he moved positions and he was just so raw this last year. DJ, he was really a linebacker and out of position last year, then moved down to the edge. And so early in the season against TCU, maybe wasn't that explosive pass rusher that you wanted. Late in the season, he started getting there with new defensive coordinator Chris Ash and Michael Huff, right? This guy, we all know Michael Huff, wonderful player. He works at Texas now and he says, this guy makes me proud to be a Longhorn. He's that type of a person and he's got that type of leadership quality.
So we had a couple trades, Carolina and Philly swapping spots. Carolina actually trading up as opposed to what happened in the previous round.
Real quick, by the way,
the Giants and Broncos swapped spots too.
Our buddy David Shaw, Pep Hamilton was the offensive coordinator at Stanford as well. So there's a Stanford connection with Houston and Davis Mills.
There are dots to connect, no question.
With the 70th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Brady Christensen, tackle, BYU.
So Brady Christensen has now been added to the mix in Carolina.
And if you watch Zach Wilson, you appreciated that offensive line from BYU, the job they did protecting him. Tremendous agility, especially aggressive in pass pro from Brady Christensen. Likes to what we call jump set guys. He gets right on them. They can't do anything about it, so he closes down that space. Fun player to watch.
He'll compete right away with Greg Little at the left tackle spot.
So the Giants, Lions, Eagles, and Washington football team, as the Texans with their first pick in this draft, have acknowledged their time with Deshaun Watson is just about over. And the Lions, then Philadelphia with the Washington football team currently on the clock.
With the 71st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Aaron Robinson, defensive back, UCF.
He's an Alabama transfer, Rich, so you can give him half of a point for this one. But Aaron Robinson, somebody that played inside at the nickel position. And when you talk to the coaches, they say because he likes being in the middle of all the action. He's very physical. He's very tough. He ran 4.38, so he's got plenty of speed. but it'll be interesting to see where he's used. He has the size to play on the outside, but he's just been much more comfortable, Charles, nestled in that slot.
That's been a fun part for him, but remember, they picked up Adoree Jackson in the offseason. So if they want him to go back in that slot, they've got a guy who's played on the outside. They just haven't been able to keep Adoree Jackson healthy in Tennessee. If he's able to be healthy and team with James Bradbury, then Aaron Robinson can go inside and go where he's comfortable and have an impact.
Well, and he can adapt. He started his career at Alabama, then he transferred to UCF, and he's been a PBU machine, right? So he's got good ball skills, over 20 pass breakups in the last couple of years. I think he's a good fit.
And he tackles people.
That's right.
All right, here's the Detroit Lions' latest selection, 72 overall. It's Frank Ragnow announcing his newest teammate. And this is a Michigan Wolverine. Let's hear if he acknowledges that.
Hello. With the 72nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Aleem McNeil, defensive tackle, NC State.
All right, Aleem McNeil adding to the trenches. We knew when you saw Dan Campbell get in that room, and he's sitting in there talking about biting kneecaps, they were going to go big guys, and that's what they've done in this draft with Penei Sewell, Levi Onwuzurike, and now with Aleem McNeil, who reminded me a lot of Javon Hargrave when I studied him. He's just a big, powerful pocket pusher inside. He eats blockers. You just can't move him. And I love this fact, guys. When he played high school baseball, he was a 6'2", 270-pound outfielder. Joel, in your baseball experience, do you have a comp for that one?
No, I don't. That's stupid. There's the video. Oh, my goodness.
Hey, Joel, that's not slow pitch softball either.
No, it's not. And by the way, did you see where the third baseman was playing?
Oh, yeah.
On the outfield grass. There's no way he's getting in on the infield grass.
When Aleem McNeil was hitting in high school, the shift was a little different. The shift was back, not over on
exactly
position.
Right. You know, his athleticism, by the way, it shows up on the baseball diamond, but he was also a linebacker as well as a running back in high school, and he only showed up at 260 pounds, so he's put on weight, and that explosiveness is still there.
I have a question with the new number rule. Can he keep 29 as a defensive lineman?
Ooh, nice. That's a good question. I got to brush up.
Well, we could ask Troy Vincent. We might know that information. Former Eagle, now at the league office, announcing the Eagles' latest selection. As we're catching up quickly, then Washington's pick, and now Dallas on the clock.
With the 73rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Milton Williams, defensive end, Louisiana Tech.
This is a dynamic player who's fun to watch. You want to talk about explosiveness, getting off the ball. He's got some big-time shock in his hands. In other words, when he gets his hands on you, you see bodies go flying. He just doesn't have the length. He's got shorter arms, so that was the reason why you see him here. But, man, he is explosive. You can line him up off the edge. You can put him inside. His quickness is just no match. People have no answer for him inside. And the sacks, when they come in bunches with this kid. I'll be anxious to see how they're going to use him. I talked about with Greg Rousseau how you can put him inside and clear the runway. I could see something similar happen here with Milton Williams.
And there's the Washington football team draft room. Their pick has been in. Dallas just entered its pick. Denver's now on the clock. We're catching up after a few picks got, I guess, held up due to traffic here on the draft stage in Cleveland.
Was the traffic caused by Machine Gun Kelly?
Could be.
I mean, it could have been a little backlog there. Could have been a jam. I think people thought he was going to perform right then and there.
Machine Gun Kelly caused shots fired to be in the direction of Cooper Kupp by Daniel Jeremiah.
Yeah, Cooper sent me a text that he didn't like that comp.
I don't think he preferred that. No,
did not like it.
No, he did not prefer that.
I replied by asking him, who's Machine Gun Kelly?
Nicely done.
Oh, look at you. Look at you pandering there.
Oh, so that's good.
There's the Washington football team pick.
With the 74th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington Football Club selects Benjamin St-Juste, defensive back, Minnesota.
We got a Canadian here, Benjamin St-Juste, got a little bit of a hockey background. He is an enormous corner with very long arms. Somebody who a lot of teams were targeting here at third round. You talked to a bunch of teams. This was their third round target, so this is a good pickup. Very smooth, fluid athlete.
started at Michigan, had some hamstring issues, and had to transfer to Minnesota because the folks at Michigan thought, we don't know if he can get back on the field. Went to Minnesota, did a heck of a job.
Okay, so the Cowboys pick. The Broncos are on the clock, and they'll probably be off it by the time we get back with the Chargers on it, and then the Vikings. All right, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, the backdrop to our reminder to check out the Bud Light draft tweets. 2 compensatory picks. The Saints trade 98 and 105 later in this draft overall to come all the way up and trade with the Denver Broncos, who traded down twice from 71 down to 76 so the Giants could take Aaron Robinson. And now the Saints come on up, and we'll find out who they chose in a second. Micah Parsons damn near knocked the commissioner over when he was drafted by the Dallas Cowboys last night.
Good anchor by Roger.
Yeah, that's right. Jerry Jones loved that.
Bent his knees.
All right, so the fully vaccinated Jones-helmed draft room in Frisco, Texas, with the latest Dallas Cowboys selection. And this is Adrian Quesada, a Black Pumas guitarist.
What's up, Cleveland? I'm here, and with the 75th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Osa Odigizua, defensive tackle from UCLA.
I'm a fan of Osa Odigizua. When you're an interior player and you're a little bit undersized, meaning you're a little bit shorter, but you have tremendously long arms like he does, with 34-inch arms, he can play with length and leverage. He's a 3-time state wrestling champ, which we talked about it on the offensive side of the ball. I love it with your defensive tackles as well. Had a great week down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. Was very disruptive, a lot of penetration, a lot of pressure. Does a nice job with that little jump swim move, Joel. That's his go-to.
Well, and you know, those big fellas, sometimes they get gassed, right? And they got to come off the field. Well, that wrestling background has really helped him from a cardio standpoint. He played 60 snaps per game, guys. He got well over 20 starts in a row, 27 straight starts. I really like his toughness in the middle.
And you guys, go ahead.
No, it's okay, because New Orleans, we're going to get that pick in a second. They came all the way up. They had 98 and 105, 2 compensatory picks, which you're now allowed to trade.
Yeah.
And to come all the way up for who, do you think?
I keep coming back to it every time New Orleans is picking, that I'm waiting for the corner, you know, for a corner to come off the board. Unless I'm missing it here, they don't have one yet. So that's what I've been looking for.
A corner. Okay.
When I look at the corners that I have on my list right now, I've got Elijah Molden, who's a little bit undersized, probably a nickel. And then I've got Zech McPherson from Texas Tech, also a nickel. The first outside corners are Paulson Adebo from Stanford and Melifonwu from Syracuse.
Looks like Demario Davis is going to announce the draft choice of his teammate here in Cleveland, Ohio, for the New Orleans Saints. Then the Chargers are on the clock. That's almost done right now. And so it is time for Demario Davis to come out. A very interesting choice of color jacket. It is Saints colors, but just up the road from Canton.
He's just saying,
Looks
maybe I could trade.
Good, huh?
He's hoping at the end of his career he can trade it in for one of those gold jackets.
It's a little test drive.
Who that? With the 76th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Paulson Adebo, defensive back, Stanford.
Well, there's the DB.
And I think he walks right into a starting position opposite of Marshawn Lattimore. Again, I thought they might address this early. End up getting a really interesting player here in Paulson Adebo, who has a ton of ball production. He's a little bit tight. You see that in some of the change of direction stuff, but especially earlier in his career, this guy got his hands on a lot of footballs. He can really find it and play it down the field. You see the recovery speed. He ran in the mid-4.4s. I like him better in press coverage. Charles, nose to nose, let him get his hands on you and go.
And that's why when you were talking about between him and Melifonwu, this fits better what Dennis Allen wants on the defensive side of the ball. Adebo getting up in the faces of receivers, challenging every catch, every attempted pass that comes his way, as does Marshawn Lattimore. that fits exactly what they're looking for. He does have great ball production, a lot of pass breakups.
Got to have two things when you're going nose to nose, right? When you're going to play that bump coverage as a corner, you got to be confident. Number one, you got to have strong hands. He's got both of those things, as evidence is that ball production that you were talking about, the PBUs and the INTs.
All right, so the Los Angeles Chargers will check on their draft room right now. There's Brandon Staley, the new HC, celebrating out there in Costa Mesa, California. A beautiful new home, SoFi Stadium at Hollywood Park. Home of this year's Super Bowl, also home of the Los Angeles Rams. I also did my run there a couple weeks ago. Can't wait to show everybody the results of that charity run for St. Jude tomorrow. So what do you think, DJ? What do you think?
Well, when I look at the Chargers, they've got their tackle, they've got their corner. I thought those were the two big needs. I think they can take best position available right now at this point in time.
Here comes the lead singer to Black Pumas, Eric Burton.
With the 77th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Josh Palmer, wide receiver, Tennessee.
Well, how about that? A Tennessee Vol comes off the board via Canada through California and back to Tennessee. And you see right there, that little subtle push at the end. Watch how he makes his movements, and the body is going to be involved in a lot of what he does. His biggest game this year, guys, I think where he made his bones, Georgia's going to have 4 guys likely going to be drafted out of the secondary. How about what he did with DJ Daniel on 2 big catches over the top in press man coverage? That one right there, coming back inside, having good ball skills, locating it, high pointing it. He's not going to blow you away with his speed, but he's not as slow as Jawan Jennings was coming out. Guy's competitive for the football.
DJ, when your 2 best tapes are
Alabama
against Georgia and Alabama,
like
everyone's like, oh, wait, and it makes you sit up in your chair and you get in there, right? And that was Palmer for me, and he was a basketball-first athlete in his youth. He comes out there and you see those ball skills when he gets over the top.
He got Patrick Surtain, one of the few people that got him this last year on a deep ball.
And one of the other things, a little bit uncertain quarterbacking during his time in Tennessee, where he had to make a lot of adjustments that way as well.
By the way, that was putting it really well.
Think about it, too, though. The Chargers have paid a lot of people. So you've got Mike Williams in that decision coming up here before too long. So now you've got another guy who's that 50-50 big wide receiver specialist to go along with Keenan Allen.
And a lot of people wanted the Chargers to get that dart, to get that flyer. Yep. Josh Palmer's not that flyer, but he's going to be one of those strong receivers, similar to a Keenan Allen, a Mike Williams. Go play some of those jump balls.
So the Chargers with that selection. The Vikings' next selection is in. The Raiders are on the clock.
And by the way, Rich, that's Tennessee 1. Appalachian State.
Well, it was nice to see some offensive highlights from Tennessee. I've been watching their defensive players get beat for a day and a half.
That was Tennessee 1, Appalachian State 0.
Guys, there's a whole day tomorrow. We've got to play nicely, okay?
You know what's sad? When he doesn't even say Colorado, he just says Appalachian State. He just goes to Appalachian State.
It's all because of where the grief comes from.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
All right, now here comes the latest selection of the Vikings, who have already taken Kellen Mond, the quarterback out of Texas A&M, earlier this round.
With the 78th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Chaz Surratt, linebacker, North Carolina.
This is an interesting story with Chaz Surratt. He began his career as a quarterback. Rarely do you ever see the quarterback to linebacker move. Can you imagine Kurt Warner trying to play linebacker? No shot whatsoever. This is a very fluid mover, a smooth athlete. Here he is playing a little quarterback. He's a lefty, hanging in the pocket right there for the Tar Heels. But he made the smart move. He embraced it when the staff approached him about moving to linebacker. And it's not just the speed and the athleticism you would expect. He's got some physicality to him and a little bit of thump coming downhill as you see him shoot gaps, working through the line of scrimmage and bringing his feet on contact for some good-sized hits. He's got range and athleticism. He can really, really run. You see that show up on every tape. The instincts and coverage, you would imagine as a former quarterback, you're pretty comfortable and have a good sense of route combinations and jumping routes to get in front and make plays on the ball. He does that. So he's also a very good blitzer, I would add, Rich.
So he and Anthony Barr can run Wildcat? Pretty much.
There you go.
He's a former running back.
Yep, good. That's a good point.
And now here comes
How long before Kurt Warner texts me about?
What do you mean? You couldn't see Kurt play in the middle and coming downhill.
I don't know. Kurt sent us a text of what he's up to tonight.
I don't think he's worried. I don't think he's too worried about what we're saying right now.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Don't worry, Kurt. We'll keep that to ourselves. Raiders back-to-back. Dolphins again, and Washington football team again.
Raiders have made a selection. They are also on the clock, but here are your last 5 picks. A lot of defense in there with a Tennessee Volunteer making Charles Davis smile, going 77th overall to the LA Chargers. Congratulations to Mr. Palmer. And congratulations to Davis Mills. He had 11 career starts with the Stanford Cardinal. He is off to Houston. Yeah, let's go. Can't wait to get started. Extremely happy and humbled to be a Texan. He's one of 3 quarterbacks that has been selected so far tonight. Kyle Trask went to the Super Bowl champions with the last pick of the 2nd round. Then Kellen Mond to Minnesota. And Davis Mills now to Houston. And Peter Schrager, how did that unravel with the Texans?
You know, when we look at the end of the draft tonight, or the end of the third, say, what was the most intriguing pick of all? And you could argue the 67th overall pick was that one. And I could tell you, a lot of times with quarterbacks and teams, they go through tons of meetings. They're on the Zooms. They're going through board. Davis Mills found out he was being drafted by the Houston Texans when we found out he was being drafted by the Houston Texans. This was a surprise to him as much as it was to anybody. This was no undercover thing where they were like, hey, we're going to do this workout with you. You're our guy. He found out when we found out. He was surprised to get the call. He spoke with Pep Hamilton. Then he got on a conference call with local media. He's going to compete. He's going to do what he always does. But this was not some 3 months in the works type of deal that they got their eyes on Davis Mills. He found out when we did.
Ian Rappaport, you have a little more news on another quarterback as well. What's going on?
Yeah, maybe the biggest name quarterback still available. Ian Book from Notre Dame, a guy that scouts love, tough, kind of a developmental quarterback, but a gamer winner. That's how they describe him. A couple potential landing spots for teams looking to develop him, install him as a backup. The Cowboys, the Broncos, who still, as of right now, have a little bit of a hole to fill there. And then the Raiders, Rich, and of course, Book and Derek Carr share an agent.
All right. Thanks very much, Ian. So here come the Raiders. 2 times over, and then the Miami Dolphins. So we'll get those picks from the Raiders back to back. Just want to, again, just quickly address the Davis Mills drafting. And I asked 15 times over, what is up with that? I'm not killing the kid at all. No. Obviously, he's a highly touted prospect who has a huge upside. My question was, why refuse to acknowledge the writing on the wall that the rest of the NFL media and the rest of the NFL observers are reading? Send your coach and your general manager out to not acknowledge the writing on the wall for weeks and months, only to wait till the draft and use your first choice on a quarterback, where you're acknowledging the writing on the wall for the whole world to see, starting the clock. You know, Deshaun Watson could wind up suspended. It could be worse than that, obviously. Or he's your quarterback for this year.
At some point in time, you're going to have to acknowledge that this is going where we all know it's going.
Right. Well, they just did.
Yeah. Without saying it, they did it.
So the Raiders are now going to make back-to-back selections. And it's
a hat swap.
Alec Ingold to do it, who his newest teammate is.
Raiders. That's what I'm saying. There we go. Hey, in all seriousness, rest in peace to the late, great Willie Brown. I have the pleasure of carrying on this tradition with the Raiders and reminding everybody, next weekend is Mother's Day. Call your mom. Go, drive, pick up groceries, tell her you love her, tell her you miss her. Take care of your moms, man. They run this thing. With that being said, with the 79th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Malcolm Kuntz, defensive end, Buffalo.
So what a beautiful tribute by Alec Ingold to the late Willie Brown.
We got another one for you right now. We got another pick. And with the 80th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Divine Diablo, linebacker, Virginia Tech.
What do you think of the picks, Dan?
Yeah, back-to-back defense here. Let's start with Malcolm Kuntz from Buffalo, who ironically, if I was going to give him a comp, I would go with Yannick Ngakoue, who the Raiders have already added. He's a very similar player, one of the better pure rushers just in terms of his ability to bend. We talked about so many of these guys being a little bit tight at the top of their rush. Not this kid. He can really wrap and bend around the top. He's got some speed to power. That first step quickness shows up as a pass rusher. I think that's what he's going to be, a DPR, a designated pass rusher, because he does get swallowed up a little bit in the run game. So you'll see him in sub packages early on in his career. And now we get to Divine Diablo, their second pick of these back-to-back picks out of Virginia Tech. He's a strong safety who some teams have written up as a will linebacker. So it'll be interesting to see how the Las Vegas Raiders want to deploy him. One thing's for sure, he's going to be dominant on special teams, 17 special teams tackles. This kid can really, really run. He ran 4.44. He delivers some huge hits, some physicality you see there at that second level of the defense. Had a really nice interception against Clemson down in the red zone, working against Trevor Lawrence. And Charles, to me, they got faster on defense with these two picks.
And they absolutely needed to, because that's what Gus Bradley needs on to run his defensive scheme. But Joel, what's interesting to me about the Diablo pick is they did announce him as a linebacker. We're seeing more and more of this, the Mark Barons of the world turning into will linebackers. But they took Tanner Muse last year out of Clemson, and they were going to convert him from safety to linebacker. He missed his entire rookie year due to injury. That could be the same thing. Last, Keanu Neal, Dallas. There's talk about him also going to will linebacker.
The thing that jumps out to me is at Virginia Tech, he played that rover position, right? So he can move down, right? But guys, we all know Mike, you know, and John Gruden to a maybe lesser extent. Football character jumps out to me for Diablo, and those are the type of guys that they love. He was a team captain. The guys loved him. His work ethic, all that size, speed, that kind of screams Mike Mayock to me. He's a pick that I think will fit very well with the Las Vegas Raiders.
That said, somebody named Diablo should be drafted by the Raiders. And Malcolm Kuntz is the highest drafted player out of Buffalo with the exception of one.
Khalil Mack.
That'll be Khalil Mack by the same organization. So that's the fully vaccinated draft room in Davie, Florida. And let's see who the Miami Dolphins are about to select right here in the third round of this NFL draft. Coming out.
Hello. Shout out to the Miami Dolphins organization for giving me the opportunity to be here. Shout out to Caleb Thornhill in particular. That being said, with the 81st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Hunter Long, tight end, Boston College.
Well, Brian Flores is a Boston College guy. He goes back to Boston College to get his tight end here in Hunter Long, which means one of the more complete tight ends. In other words, you can use him in the run game. He's more than adequate as a blocker. He's got some short area quickness and a ton of catches in combat areas with traffic. His family is fired up and celebrating as he starts his NFL career with the Miami Dolphins.
He actually played through a rib injury. Really smart guy. Builds computers in his garage, right? Jeff Hafley just raved and raved about his intelligence. And by the way, he had more catches than even Kyle Pitts as FBS tight ends. He led the nation.
So now Mike Gesicki gets to be a true move tight end. Hunter Long, much more of the traditional Y.
So the Washington football team, then the Chicago Bears, Panthers actually on the clock. They traded with them. Cowboys and Titans when we come back. All right, notable draft picks presented by Pizza Hut from the third round. Travis Kelce, what a pick in 2013.
It's pretty good.
How about that one? Alvin Kamara, let's not forget about him. Where did he go to school?
Tennessee.
All right. See, I'm just trying to make sure everybody's okay. Delivered by Pizza Hut. Right there. Ian Rappaport, why don't you please lend us some perspective on that Davis Mills pick? Go for it.
Yeah, the pick that everyone's going to be talking about from today, Rich. Here's my understanding of the Deshaun Watson situation. Of course, we know he has the 22 lawsuits as of now, still unsettled, still so much uncertainty with his status. What we do not know is he going to play for the Texans again? We also don't know, is he going to play for the Texans? Is he going to be eligible to play for the Texans or anyone at the beginning of next year? I will also tell you that teams have still been interested in trading for Deshaun Watson. Given his legal situation, that has not changed the interest, at least going into the draft. And as of now, the Texans have not engaged with anyone about potentially dealing him. So what the Texans did was, at the most important position, take a player with traits they liked, who's now under contract for 4 years. Tyrod Taylor's under contract for just 1 year. And whatever happens, at the least, this is insurance, Rich.
That's Ian Rappaport with the latest on that pick, lending perspective behind the selection of Davis Mills. That's the Washington football team draft room. They've already taken, earlier in this round, Benjamin St-Juste, defensive back out of Minnesota. Let's see who they add to that as the commissioner is in the crowd taking selfies with people who probably will boo him the minute he turns his back.
With the 82nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team selects Dyami Brown, wide receiver, North Carolina.
The theme of speed continues today, and you see the comparison there is Terry McLaurin. So very interesting to see where he ends up going. The vertical speed, he can track the ball very easy down the field. Average almost 20 yards a catch, or at 20 yards a catch this year. He gets on top in every single game that you watch, and you see it right here. Once he gets on top, he pulls away and tracks it like a center fielder down the field. Tons of big plays. There were some issues in terms of working back downhill as a route runner, needs to improve there, but Terry McLaurin had some of those similar issues, and he's more than figured it out there with the Washington football team.
I just love Brown's production, right? He leaves North Carolina as the only wide receiver in school history to go 50 catches and 1,000 yards in back-to-back seasons. So even though he's had some issue with some drops here and there, this guy is a production machine.
And don't forget, they added Curtis Samuel in the offseason from Carolina, so he's your Inspector Gadget guy, as well as being able to be a receiver downfield. That allows McLaurin to do his work on the perimeter, and now they're expecting Dyami Brown to fill that role as well.
All right, so that's the latest pick from the Washington football team. A couple of North Carolina Tar Heels taken off the board in the last few minutes. Now it's time for the Carolina Panthers to choose again. The Panthers have been collecting draft picks, moving down quite a bit, and we'll see what comes out of their draft room from North Carolina. Let's see what they will do right here. The Cowboys just picked. The Titans on the clock after that. Here comes Troy Vincent back with the selection. Michael Irvin. Those guys had some battles in Texas Stadium, and the vet.
With the 83rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Tommy Tremble, tight end, Notre Dame.
Oh, this is one of my favorite players in this draft because of his physicality. He's a dominant blocker. He's very explosive. You just didn't see a lot of footballs in the passing game. There are a lot of similarities to George Kittle when he was coming out of Iowa, because you see the traits are there, and look at the physicality, and look at the way they use him at Notre Dame, at fullback, just lead up in the hole, and you see a big-time collision. Then they'll line him up as a wingback. You'll see him drive the defender right off the ball, take him right off the field here, working against the Duke Blue Devils. You want him to crack down on the defensive end? He has no problem doing that as well. Again, every game, they deployed him in these areas and just use him as a weapon in the run game. You see him pulling up to the linebacker here and taking care of it there as well. All that we've just seen is him blocking. There aren't a lot of opportunities he had catching the football. Here he is working out to the corner on one last one. But I'm telling you, you see the flashes. When he gets downfield, he can separate. This dude can really, really run, and he is a classic example of he's going to be a much better pro than what you saw in college.
To your point, only 53 targets at Notre Dame as a receiver. But as one opposing coach told me, it's not just that he's a good blocker. He used the word, he's a ferocious blocker. Wherever you line him up, he's going to get after it.
And don't forget, Ian Thomas came out of Indiana. Kind of underutilized that way, still developing. Their tight end room, Dan Arnold, was picked up from the Saints. This guy will compete immediately for heavy playing time and would develop as a receiver.
Well, I guess after not going offense last year, Panthers on a little bit of a run here.
Here they go.
Terrence Marshall Jr. at wide receiver. They earlier took Brady Christensen, the tackle out of BYU, and now just Tommy Tremble.
How about McCaffrey with that type of versatility as a blocker? And now you get McCaffrey, who reads blocks as well as anybody that I've seen. Now, I mean, that's a great combination.
Yeah, Sam Darnold's figuratively died and gone to Carolina.
In his mind, at least.
Irv, get up on the get out of the Packer section. It's the Cowboys pick. He's just like, I got to get out of here. Here comes the Cowboys pick. And then the Green Bay Packers moved up from 92 to choose 85th overall with the Titans. Vikings on the clock after that. We're moving fast. Moving fast. So here comes
the lightning round,
Vincent, who's been hugged by all manners of Cowboy
With
fans.
the 84th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Chauncey Golston, defensive end, Iowa.
All right, Golson goes from Iowa. Just made the Kittle reference. By the way, this guy was first team Big Ten, all Big Ten. He was a captain. He led the team with 5.5 sacks. He always locates the ball, and he has long arms, which I think give him a great advantage on the edge. He's great in pursuit, and the coaches love him. In fact, the term that always comes out of Iowa when I'm talking about this guy is positive energy. That's what he's going to bring to the table.
So that's some front seven help for the Dallas Cowboys. Their first pick, Micah Parsons, and that was the latest. The Packers coughed up a 4th-round pick tomorrow afternoon for the right to move up 7 spots here. What do you think they might be doing here?
It's interesting when the Green Bay Packers. I'm not gonna jinx it. I'm not gonna jinx it, Rich.
Well, it'll make my Davis Mills reaction tepid if they choose a quarterback here.
You've been trying to give him that receiver for a while, DJ.
I've been trying. It hasn't been working. So I'm not saying anything.
You kept saying, you know, the Packers are surprised with Elijah. Nope, didn't do it again.
Okay, well, here we go.
Fast about it.
Here comes NFL executive Dawn Aponte to make this selection.
With the 85th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Amari Rodgers, wide receiver, Clemson.
It's a wide receiver, and it's A. Rodgers.
How about
Aaron,
that?
Amari, Rodgers.
Rich,
what's happening?
Look at the comp. Look at the comp.
Randall Cobb.
It's meant to be. It was absolutely meant to be. We needed a Rodgers to a Rodgers. Hopefully we have the other Rodgers throw into this Rodgers because he's fun, man. He gets in the slot. He's very elusive. He's outstanding after the catch. Some teams worked him out at running back at that Clemson Pro Day because you see after the catch, he's able to run through tackles. Again, another one of these guys with that toughness to work in the middle of the field. Aaron Rodgers be able to get him the ball in seams. There's no fear whatsoever in the way that he plays. He's got strong hands. You see him adjust here, pluck the football. He is a really, really good football player. It's a deep wide receiver draft. That's good value.
So just when you think, well, they have a Rodgers, they get a Rodgers. It's A. Rodgers for A. Rodgers. That just happened.
Who is Amari Rodgers?
May 12th. That's Selection Square, 345 Park. We tip the cap to the men and women that are in the nervous center of this operation. All the picks coming here. So, for instance, when the Packers say, hey, we want to trade up for a wide receiver, you know, for Green Bay, for Aaron Rodgers, they say, new phone, who dis? And they hang up, and they call back, like, no, really, we're going to draft a wide receiver for Aaron Rodgers. And they're like, really? Like, that's the way it goes there.
Not only
Just
that,
trying to take you behind the scenes.
Not only that, his name is A. Rodgers.
A. Rodgers for A. Rodgers. I mean, we're still reeling in all of that. But the draft still marches on. And it's time for the Minnesota Vikings to make their latest selection. Already 3 selections in this 3rd round. And here comes Dawn Aponte back with that third round selection for Minnesota.
With the 86th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Wyatt Davis, guard, Ohio State.
Continuing to add to that offensive line, and again, you're seeing how good that Ohio State offensive line was. Wyatt Davis, it's got some real knockoff power. He's a physical player, especially in the run game. That's what he does best. Not a premier athlete, but he can generate some movement in the run game, Joel.
I mean, they loved him. He opted back into the season after opting out when the Big Ten came back. And Charles, how about the bloodlines for Wyatt Davis?
The bloodlines are excellent. Look, Dalvin Cook, Alexander Madison are going to love him. But you mentioned the bloodlines. His father, an actor, probably saw him in the program. Alvin Mack, linebacker. That's the way he played. Dwayne Davis. And his grandfather, the immortal, the great Willie Davis, Green Bay Packers Hall of Famer. I mean, look at this. I mean, look at Willie dropping into coverage and making a play.
Could do it absolutely all.
By the way, Willie Davis began his career in the NFL right here in Cleveland. He was a Cleveland Brown before he became a Green Bay Packer.
You know, it should be noted, Wyatt, he was playing with a bit of an injury, right? So he opts back in. They don't have a preseason. His knee was a little banged up. Then he had to leave the national championship game with that knee injury. So we'll see if he's finally healthy. When he's healthy, he's one of the best offensive linemen out there.
He will beat you up at the line of scrimmage.
Very tough.
And that's what Mike Zimmer is going to love about him.
Pretty interesting, though. His grandfather is a Packer, and he's a Viking.
Yeah.
Oh. Hey. It's the NFL, man.
Let me tell you something.
That's how it goes.
Let me tell you something. The family will put on a Viking hat to support.
That's
For instance, when you think these things don't compute, how about the Rams and 49ers making a trade with each other? That the 49ers move up to the 88th overall selection, which we're going to hear shortly, and trade 2/4 to Los Angeles that they'll cash in tomorrow from Malibu.
I think the Rams keep trading back to spend more time at that house. Collect as many day 3 picks
They were
as
supposed
possible.
to be kicked out by tomorrow. Now, hey, we got 2 4th-rounders. We can't go.
We can't go.
Let's get a portrait of Tagliabue up there too. Let's keep going.
They have to throw in a little more deposit to get that extra day.
That's right. Yeah.
I hope that there's just randoms on like water rafts in the pool. And like as the picks go along, it's like, well, who's that? Who's that?
But that picture of the commissioner is outstanding up there.
So this is the latest Steelers selection. Then we'll find out who the Rams traded up to go get. And here's DMC McDaniels, who was introduced earlier tonight.
Not McDonald's.
Darryl DMC McDaniels. Here we go.
1-2-1-2. Take a look at the stage. Y'all know what this is. This has been my team since I was a kid. My name's DMC. I'm the king of the rock. And on the football field, we won't be stopped. The king of the rock, and there is none realer. And there is nothing better than being a Pittsburgh Steeler. With the 87th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Kendrick Green, center, Illinois. Cleveland, I love you.
Uh-oh, DMC better run. After that.
Oh, that is great. I would love him to lead every one of these picks. Give us a little juice here. Kendrick Green, he's played guard, he can play center. He's a little bit undersized inside. But man, this dude is quick. When he takes angles up to the second level, you can see him cut off linebackers. Ultra athletic. Be curious to see if he does end up being a center or a guard, Joel.
I think guard, because of his ability to pull with that athleticism, right? He actually was recruited as a defensive tackle. In fact, he was the #2 defensive tackle out of Illinois coming out of high school behind A.J. Epinesa, the great defensive end for Iowa that's now in the NFL. But this guy, like you said, lateral quickness for days. I think at guard he fits best because he can utilize that athleticism.
I think his best place to compete is at center because J.C. Hassenauer is there, DeCastro, and then they got last year, they ended up picking up Kevin Dotson, who played well. So I think his best spot to compete early is at center, even if guard might be his best spot.
So the Panthers just made their selection. and it seems like before making that selection, traded it to Houston. Is that correct? So we're waiting to hear about all that, but we're going to get the 49ers pick first. They traded 2 4s to trade up into this spot. The Rams do have a compensatory pick at the end of the round. So, at any rate, here coming up to the stage is Jaquiski Tartt.
On his organization for allowing me to be here. With the 88th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Sermon, running back, Ohio State.
Oh boy, this guy's a load. This guy's going to be slashing in this offense. Look out, man.
They got a Trey backfield now. They got 2 Treys back there. Wow. Trey Sermon, he is, again, a violent runner. You talk about seeking out contact. That's exactly what he does. He'll lower his shoulder and run right through you. Joel, you saw this game up close and personal as you look at this next-gen stats draft score. He took over the football game on that evening. You saw him at Oklahoma. He almost looked like 2 different backs to me. When you watch him at Oklahoma, then you see him at Ohio State. I thought he just became a much more violent, physical runner.
Such different styles of run game that those 2 programs use, right? I mean, at Oklahoma, you're going to use that they call it the GT play. They're going to pull the guard and tackle, and you've got to wait, and it's RPOs off of it. Ohio State, boy, you're going to get downhill right with the pistol, and it's right at you. 331 yards in that Big Ten championship game. It was an Ohio State single-game record.
All right, the Texans did move in, using a 4 and a 5 tomorrow and a 4 next year. And this was Mike Tomlin watching DMC announce the pick in the Pittsburgh draft room. Yes, indeed. There's Kevin Colbert at the forefront of your screen right there. There's Irv and Colleen Wolfe, our stellar colleagues that were warming up the crowd.
That is not a Wood Coliseum floor, just so you know.
I like it. Texans, Vikings, Browns, Titans. Next 4 picks in Cleveland. So remember last year, the draft, where you saw Nike the dog, Bill Belichick, going up in his kitchen, feeding a treat. Well, this year, as Rex Chapman would say, dogs, bro. Trevor Lawrence has a dog. Justin Fields has a dog. Chaz Surratt has a big dog. Big dog. And then Creed Humphrey, we found out through somebody in the party, Scraps is a girl dog. There we go. Put the dog down, please. And, of course, the dog pound.
Rich, has this draft gone to the dogs?
Help control the pet population. Have your pets spayed and neutered. Texans 4th and 5th this year and a 4th next year. And a pick that used to belong to the Rams, apparently. And so the Texans trade up to get who? It's time to find out. Latest Houston Texans pick.
With the 89th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Nico Collins, wide receiver, Michigan.
That's what we talked about in the pre-show, Rich. It just came a little bit later than I thought, with Nico Collins being a good fit. In a draft with a lot of speed, he's one of the few power forwards. As we said with Palmer from Tennessee earlier, a lot of 50-50 balls with Nico Collins down the field. You see the back shoulder throws. He's able to box out defenders down the field. The passes don't always have to be on target. He has a great ability to adjust. Use that big body to shield off defenders down the field and go get the ball down in the red zone. High point it, make a play. He did that for your Michigan Wolverines. And then you want to play off coverage. He has that build-up speed. He ended up running in the 4.4s. And the player you're watching on those highlights is 230 pounds. He's now 215 pounds, so he's moving a little bit better. So you're going to have a deep weapon there for the Houston Texans. Just don't know who's going to be throwing him the football.
And DJ, that was really a must. Joel, I feel that way because the Houston Texans receivers, comparatively speaking, are Smurfs compared to Nico Collins. Right. You talk about Randall Cobb, you talk about Kiki Cutie, right? You talk about Brandon Cooks. So to get a plus-size receiver there who can make plays downfield, Chris Conley's the only guy on the roster who's close to that.
I remember just walking down for warm-ups at Michigan, and he's one of those guys you walks by and you're like, wow. I mean, he's very big, he's very filled out, and to still run 4.4 is so impressive. Just like Josh Palmer earlier from Tennessee, Nico Collins also suffered from some poor quarterback play at Michigan. I thought he could have had more production, but it just wasn't there from that position. Rich, as I'm sorry, but you know.
You just tell the truth, Joe. You just be you, man. David Culley, longtime receiver coach, just gets Nico Collins in Houston. Latest pick for the Vikings, who seem to be picking every 5 seconds. Here we go.
With the 90th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Patrick Jones, defensive end, Pittsburgh.
And Patrick Jones can really rush the quarterback. They had 2 edge rushers there at Pittsburgh. He's the first one off the board. Did not test that well. Had a little bit of a hamstring, did not run very fast. But he's a good football player when you study him. He's got that first step quickness and just has a knack as a rusher coming off the edge. Somebody that when you talk to the folks at the school, not only does he have that production that you see there, they love him as a person. They were their season was going to be over. The players had left. He was one of them. They ended up getting a game at the last minute. He came back. They did not expect him to come back. He was already a couple days into his training, but he wanted to be there with his guys and finish it up.
Well, I mean, in 4 third-round selections for the Vikings, a little bit of everything. Quarterback, Kellen Mond of Texas A&M, then Chaz Surratt, linebacker out of North Carolina, and then Wyatt Davis, the lineman out of the Ohio State, and now a defensive end. So 4 different positions, 4 different picks, third round, second night of the draft. That's what the Vikings just did.
I think they're acknowledging a little bit, Rich, with some of these defensive selections, that this defense has been so good for so long, needs some reinforcements. Yeah. You know, Anthony Barr, right? Kendricks in the middle. They need some reinforcements. They got Chaz Surratt. Then those defensive ends that they've picked, those guys for pass rushers to help Danielle Hunter.
So here we go. The latest Cleveland Browns selection in this place is about to light up, because it is Myles Garrett making the selection for the hometown Browns here in Cleveland, Ohio. Loudest cheer of the night.
With all respect to to DMC, I'd like to say this is the Browns town, baby. Here we go, Brownies, here we go. Here we go, Brownies, here we go. Yes, sir, I love to hear it. With the 91st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Anthony Schwartz, wide receiver out of Auburn.
Wide receiver, and just in case you're wondering, it looks like Myles Garrett's been working out in the offseason. And Anthony Schwartz, wide receiver out of Auburn, joins the group.
I tell you what, I feel bad for a receiver that tries to press Anthony Schwartz, and I feel bad for that jacket on Myles Garrett, because both of them are going to have some issues. Anthony Schwartz is one of the fastest players in college football, legitimate track speed, rare track speed. Now, he's not a polished or refined receiver. He's not a big-time route runner, but what you can do is what you see right here. Bubble screens, pitch him the ball, just get the ball in his hands and let that track speed take over, Charles.
Yeah, just think about what Kevin Stefanski likes to design for all these guys. And here you're talking about legitimate track speed.
That's a 4.2.
Look, all of us are announcers, right? Hey, Joel and Daniel, all of us are announcers. How many times do you hear, oh, he's a legitimate track guy? Do we actually understand what legitimate track speed
Now we
means?
do.
That's legitimate track speed.
Yes.
Not what we talk about each and every week. That's the real deal right there.
Speaking of that, he was the silver medalist in the IAAF World Championship in the 100, running at 10:07. So that, I mean,
I'll tell you what.
That's world-class speed.
That's world-class speed, but if Myles Garrett started making his way over here, I would beat that in a second, I promise you.
That's a first overall pick, grown-ass man right there. Ooh. Defensive Player of the Year candidate before they even play a single game here in this town. Latest pick here in the NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans, 92nd overall.
With the 92nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Monty Rice, linebacker, Georgia.
Yeah, you need your linebackers to be able to really run and cover. Monty Rice ended up running a 4.57. He's got outstanding instincts as an inside linebacker, which is absolutely necessary. He's very aware in coverage. He'll get swallowed every now and then when you get up to him, but they don't get up to him very often because he's so quick and athletic.
Don't forget, Jaylen Brown got hurt last year, midway through the year, so this is some reinforcement for a guy who can run.
He's a thumper, guys, right? And by the way, he was a Bama fan, never got the offer.
All right, we go to break. The Bills are on the clock. Then we find out what the Ravens and Bucs say. And the Patriots, congratulations.
In Cleveland, Ohio, rounds 4 through 7. We'll have it all covered, and then we've got the Hall of Fame Enshrinement Special coming your way from Canton, Ohio. I will be joined by Steve Weiss as we welcome in 9 new members to the Pro Football Hall of Fame posthumously. That is all coming your way Saturday here on NFL Network. All right, Peter Schrager, let's look ahead. Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Then it's the Baltimore Ravens for the first time on Friday after 2 picks on Thursday. What do you got?
Last year in the draft, the Ravens really cleaned up on day 2, and J.K. Dobbins went on to have one of the best rookie seasons out of any running back. Day 2, they don't pick until now, but they also have the 104th pick. Offensive line has been an issue for them ever since trading Orlando Brown. They didn't go there last night. I would think that's the pick here for the Ravens, but the Bills, they pick before them. So the Bills, are they going to go offensive line? They've already taken 2 pass rushers. These are where these kind of championship caliber teams really beef up their roster. I know both of these general managers love going from the inside out to Costa and Bean. I'm curious to see how this plays out.
They've got to love their roster right now. They're salivating after being in the AFC title game last year for the first time in a quarter century.
To add Rousseau and then to add Boogie Basham, the Bills, Brandon Bean, Executive of the Year. Let's see what he does here.
Let's see what happens. It's the Bills pick.
With the 93rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Spencer Brown, tackle, Northern Iowa.
This is a big-time athlete. The basketball background, you can see it when you watch him. When I had a chance to go watch him work out, I almost asked him, why don't you just go play basketball? You shouldn't be able to be at 6'8" and 311 pounds and move around like this. Again, rare traits. Still developing as a football player. He's going to be a right tackle, in my opinion, at the next level. Plays a little bit high. That's something he can work on, but he's got really quick feet. And what I love about him is he's a finisher. He's got some nasty to him, as you see right there. Great example of it, Charles. This kid's got tremendous upside. Again, not a finished product. Be patient, but it could have a nice payoff.
One of my favorite players in this draft when I watched him, because you can see where the potential is, and wait till the finish gets involved, because remember, he opted out last year. But I thought he had a big week at the Senior Bowl, opened up some eyes, and there were a lot of offensive line coaches who said, I want a shot at coaching that kid.
And he had a lot of opportunities to transfer. I know a lot of coaches at bigger schools that wanted him to transfer there, and out of loyalty to UNI, he decided not to. He played 8-man football in high school. He's put on 90 pounds since his high school days. So like you said, a bit of a project, but a lot of athleticism out there at the tackle position.
Yeah, and it's good to see because Northern Iowa really doesn't send too many people to the NFL.
I don't think he's watching anymore, Rich.
No,
Is he out?
I think he's out.
I took the shot at him. I got no text message. He's long gone.
So let's just talk as much crap about Kurt Warner as we can.
But he's got a teammate that's going to come off the board.
Ellison, that's good.
Yeah, this tonight or
Cool to see.
tomorrow.
It's cool to see. So the Ravens have just selected. We'll get their pick. This is from the Orlando Brown trade from just last Friday. It was 1 week ago today that 2 teams at the top of the AFC flow chart made a deal with one another, and Orlando Brown says, I'm a left tackle, and the Chiefs say, we agree, so we'll acquire you for a 1 and a 2. And other picks as well. So who do the Ravens take 94th overall using this pick from the Chiefs in the Orlando Brown trade?
Well, again, you look at offensive line, that's obviously a place that they believe in going after.
Certainly, since they traded one away in order to get this selection, that would be something to do. And by the way, John Harbaugh and the Ravens did, in fact, pick up the 5th-year option of Lamar Jackson today.
But I already knew that because I watched the Rich Eisen show.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
Well done, sir. Thank you for pointing that out.
DJ, your guy Quinn Miners is out there.
I know. I'm waiting for him to go. He's one of my favorites.
Okay. So here we go. Jacoby Jones out here, huh? All right.
Hey, look, let me tell y'all something. Y'all can boo all y'all want, but you got to accept it. I got a ring. I got a ring. I got a ring. It is what it is. But I thank the NFL for giving me the opportunity to do this, and I thank the Baltimore organization for giving me the opportunity to do this. Because as a child, you want to do this. So with the 94th pick, the Baltimore Ravens select from Georgia, Ben Cleveland.
Wow, Jacoby Jones announces a Raven pick named Cleveland, and he does it with style.
And we can keep the theme going for the night because we saw the Macho Man earlier. This kid reminds me of Big John Studd when you see him. He is enormous, 6'6", 340 plus pounds, and there is not an ounce of fat on him. If it doesn't work out in the NFL, he'll be able to go into the wrestling business. But I think he's going to have a long career. He's a mauler, brawler. The Ravens want to beat you up and bully you at the line of scrimmage with their run game. That's exactly what this kid does. I think he's better, Charles, in one of those gap schemes as opposed to asking him to really get on the move lateral in a zone scheme. But that's what Baltimore's going to do. They're going to let him come downhill and get after people.
Yeah, he's got enough there that he can go in the short area. But his thing is once he gets on you, drive you, finish you. And he's got the big weight on him. He's got the wide base. And Joel, that's what you get when you train on a squirrel diet. Okay? The man likes to get the squirrel, knock it down, and go and hit the weight room.
What I love is that he's going from a place that loves to bully and run the ball and is run dominant like Georgia to a place like Baltimore where he's going to be asked to do very similar things. So it's a great fit for him. And as we talk about all the time with quarterbacks, fit is paramount in the NFL, and he's getting it here.
All right, here we go. It's the Buccaneers picking to wrap up the scheduled picks, and then come the compensatory picks in the third round. Dawn Aponte bringing the card to the podium.
With the 95th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Robert Hainsey, tackle, Notre Dame.
Yeah, we're going to see basically the whole Notre Dame offensive line come off the board here. This is the 5th player that they've had here. Quickness and balance. No question, he can play all up and down the line of scrimmage. Did a nice job at the Senior Bowl inside. You see him at right tackle at Notre Dame. I like him better. I think he will be a guard at the next level. He's quick out of his stance. He's outstanding on those combo blocks. And again, I thought he really made some money, guys, during the Senior Bowl.
So the Bucs pick last because they win the championship thanks to Tom Brady, in part, mostly, right? You can give him a lot of credit. And then the next pick in this draft is the compensatory pick that the Patriots get for losing Tom Brady to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Words I never thought I would say. The compensatory pick the Patriots get for losing Tom Brady when we come back at this NFL draft. There's a Patriots draft room. You believe it that this pick coming out of that draft room that we're about to hear is a compensatory pick for losing Tom Brady?
After he's coming off of a Super Bowl.
I know, it's just, you can't make this stuff up.
In other words, there is no compensation for that. He won the Super Bowl.
So here we go. New England about to announce the first compensatory pick for the night. Then the Chargers after that. Here we go. Wearing the Hall of Fame, Patriots Hall of Fame red jacket to announce this selection here tonight.
Cleveland, what's going on? Where's my Pats? Where's my Patriots? I want to take this opportunity to thank Bob Kraft and the Kraft family for making this possible for me to be here tonight. This is great. I want to thank Bill Belichick and his staff for the great things they're doing up in New England. With the 96th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots, 21-time AFC Eastern champions, 11-time AFC champions, 6-time Super Bowl champions, select Ronnie Perkins, defensive end, Oklahoma.
This is the last defensive player left in my top 50. This is incredible value for me. Ronnie Perkins can rush the quarterback. He's got some shock in his hands. He's got a nasty little push-pull move. And when you talk to the folks at the school, he's a phenomenal leader. Talk about leadership, it shows up in his effort. Look at him chase down the field. You see it all the time when you watch him. The point of attack, he's got some knockback. He'll get his hands on you. He'll reset the line of scrimmage in the run game. Comes off of it and makes a play on the football as well. When he gets to the top of the rush, look, he's not an elite bend guy, but what you do see is when he clears you early and wins early, he can flatten towards the quarterback. Was a little bit tight when he showed up at his pro day. I think some teams took that a little bit too seriously, got carried away with that, forcing him to drop. Again, I don't know how in the world he's still here at this point in time as you see a violent finish in a rivalry game against Oklahoma State. Joel, I know he missed some time. He was suspended, but when he came back, you felt his impact.
There's no doubt. And Lincoln Riley talked at length about that. You know, that defense was not great a couple of years ago, and it hadn't been for a while. And Alex Grinch got brought in as a defensive coordinator to really revamp that defense. Talk about speed defense. They desperately needed Ronnie Perkins on the field, and once he got on the field, that leadership won, and then the speed showed up. And he was fantastic. 6 games, guys, the production off the charts. 10.5 TFLs, 5.5 sacks, Charles. This guy was a monster in those 6 games.
He absolutely was, and not only that, so was Stanley Morgan in that pick. Yeah. Tennessee 2, Appalachian State 0.
Pretty neat. It's the wrong town to say, where are my Patriots? That's not going to be, you're not going to hear, that's a lot of crickets in the crowd here in Cleveland. Here's the Chargers pick.
With the 97th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Trey McKitty, tight end, Georgia.
Well, we talk about drafting traits. What you see with Trey McKitty is he's got tremendous speed and athleticism. When I see limited production, he only caught 6 balls for 108 yards and 1 touchdown. But when you just watch him run around the field, even when the ball's not coming to him, you see how big he is, and you see how smooth and athletic he is. You think you got a chance for some upside with this selection. And when you think about the Chargers organization, I'm not putting him in this class, obviously. But once upon a time, they found somebody with not a lot of experience who was pretty athletic.
Boy.
And they had something they could dream on. I'm not saying he's Antonio Gates rich, but I'm saying as an organization, they've been able to done a great job of developing this position for a long time.
And he caught more passes at Florida State before he transferred to Georgia. Remember, that's a big run-heavy offense. They had to go do a lot of that with Stetson Bennett at quarterback before JT Daniels was able to come back from a knee injury, take over, and now they can throw the ball downfield more. But this is a kid who's going to develop and become a much better pass catcher as a pro than his numbers were this past year.
He's good in the run game. He's aggressive.
He's much better in the run game.
And that run of Georgia players who we see right there now, 6, but 3 of them have been just right in the last few picks. Monty Rice, Ben Cleveland, and then here the tight end. So Georgia kind of creeping up on Alabama, but guys, Alabama owned that first round. That's where it counts.
I just love, again, I just love how compensatory picks come to be and who it turns into. That was the compensatory pick the Chargers got for losing Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
So the Patriots choose for losing Brady, and the Chargers pick for losing Phillip Rivers. And this pick belongs to the Broncos because they acquired it from New Orleans. New Orleans used this compensatory pick in the last pick of the night to move all the way up to take take Paulson to Debo from Stanford. This was a compensatory pick that New Orleans got for losing Teddy Bridgewater.
Did this guy have another hit besides this song, or was that it?
Pretty sure.
Here I am geeking out on compensatory picks, and my guy at the end is totally zoning out on what PFT commenters cooking up. All right, here we go. The latest one at Braves or Broncos. Yeah, more assault, PFT, sorry.
I mean, that's cold-blooded right there, DJ.
With the 98th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Quinn Miners, guard, Wisconsin Whitewater.
Now we're talking. Let's roll up the shirt and have a little fun here with Quinn Miners. I've never seen a story like this. This kid was probably a 6th-round pick, 7th-round pick coming into the season. He didn't have a season. So what he does, he goes and trains with Duke Manyweather down in Texas and gets an invitation off of a video to go compete at the Senior Bowl. The tape, you saw some big-time finishes, and you saw some physicality when you watched him on this Wisconsin Whitewater tape. You saw the toughness, but it was not clean. Between these highlights, it wasn't clean play. He got down to Mobile, he literally rolled his sleeves up and his shirt, and he dominated some of the best competition college football had to offer. It wasn't like he was winning reps alone.
That's a Digizua right there.
He was putting guys on the ground. You've seen Digizua already come off the board from UCLA. This is Onzarike, who we've already seen drafted. I thought he might even sneak into the 2nd round, guys, because offensive line coaches fell in love with him. Charles did that training in the offseason up in Canada where you saw him punching logs.
Got the family business up there.
Oh, yeah, here we got video of it. You can see it right now. This is old school. This is taking it Rocky right here. This is going to Russia.
And you remember when he was a kid, he had to work first and then go train, right? Because he worked with the
shoving down trees.
That's so good.
You know who did that kind of training too last year? It was Max Crosby, training with the trees and working on his hand placement. When you want it bad enough, Joel Klatt, you find ways to get the work done and put it in, don't you?
Guys, he didn't.
Oh, look at that!
Yeah, this is amazing.
It's like world's strongest man.
Is that shoot? Is that shoot from Vision Quest putting the log on his back?
That's like Magnus.
Now he's gonna run.
That's like Magnus Verminerson.
He did not have an FBS offer or an FCS offer to play college football, right? And he goes from that to being the MVP, basically, of the O-line for the national team. Unbelievable.
Ian, take it away.
Rich, before the Senior Bowl, Quinn Miners was talking to his agent, Ron Slavin, trying to figure out how to show everyone what he's got, how to really stand out. They decided when he was in Wisconsin Whitewater, he played better when he rolled his shirt up. Their decision, let the belly breathe. And he became a folk hero in Mobile.
Is that just a little bit different than Zeke Elliott's rolling it up?
Yes.
Just a little different.
By the way, that's the last of your top 50 on your draft board to go, so that's some good quality right there. Here's the Cowboys' compensatory pick for losing Byron Jones to the Dolphins. 99th overall. Last double-digit pick. We're going to hit triple digits after Don Aponte makes this Cowboy pick known public.
With the 99th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Nahshon Wright, defensive back, Oregon State.
Yeah, Nahshon Wright, you talk about Dan Quinn going to the Dallas Cowboys. This is a Seattle-style corner. You're talking about somebody that's 6'4", 183 pounds. He is rail thin out there. I thought he was probably going to come off the board more 5th, 6th round guys. I thought there were some other bigger corners that would go ahead of him. But this is all about scheme fit. This is in that scheme. They want tall, long corners. You don't get much taller or much longer than Nahshon right there from Oregon State.
And one of the things about that is we all know that Seattle, what would they do? They take long safeties and turn them into corners. This kid is a legit corner, and they got him that way.
All right, let's just show the gut. There it is. Wow. Let your freak flag fly, brother. And then the Broncos tweet out the gut. Welcome to Broncos country.
Fantastic.
Okay, everybody. When we come back.
Freak respects the streak, Rich.
Triple digits. We hit triple digits. Just like the gut, I guess. Pick 100 when we come back. Tomorrow, the Run Rich Run is revealed. Michael Vick and 7 other NFL legends, Ray Lewis, Jerry Rice among them, running a 40-yard dash in support of Run Rich Run. Check on how everybody did and how much money we can possibly raise. Let's all chip in best you can. NFL.com/runrichrun for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. We've had a heck of a time tonight, from Franco Harris to fans coming out there, to the Buccaneers drafting a quarterback, to the Texans drafting a quarterback, to everybody on the set thinking Randy Savage was actually on the stage and not actually dead.
With the 100th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Elijah Molden, defensive back, Washington.
Yeah, Elijah Molden, someone I've seen a lot of when you've watched Pac-12 over the last several years. He's a nickel. Some people believe he'll be a safety. He's got some versatility there. If you ever want to know where he is on the football field, just find the football, because that's where you'll find Elijah Molden. He's tough. You'll see him again work through blocks, get up in here into the flat, and he's an outstanding form wrap tackler once he gets in space. Again, fighting through wide receiver blocks. Just get off and show you some effort, physicality. He's going to have to do a lot of that when he's lined up inside as a nickel at the next level. And then the ball skills. Gets his eyes in the backfield. This was a huge play that turned the tide in this game against USC down in the red area. Get your eyes on the quarterback and just takes you right to the football. He's just a very instinctive player. Didn't run all that fast. But this, again, this is somebody that I think is going to find a role on special teams. He's going to find a role on sub downs. He's just going to force his way onto the football field.
We've seen a lot of draft picks out of Washington, that defense, over the last few years. Jimmy Lake, their former coordinator, now head coach. He's put together quite a stout unit. He was a great nickel, Elijah Molden. He's got instincts for days. I know he didn't run all that fast, but he's constantly around the ball.
He's this year's Antoine Winfield Jr. coming out of Minnesota last year. Now you got Elijah Molden, the same type of instincts. Last but not least, Tennessee struggled to get off the field on third down last year. He'll help with that big time.
This Lions pick comes by the Rams in the Matthew Stafford trade.
With the 101st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Ifeatu Melifonwu, defensive back, Syracuse.
And this is, again, we're seeing this big corner trend. We saw it a little bit earlier with Deshaun Wright going to the Dallas Cowboys. I thought Melifonwu might be gone by now. Just a very smooth mover. Again, a press corner. Somebody that can get to you nose to nose. He can really run. He ended up running in the high 4.4s. He vertical 41.5 inches. He flashes some toughness. You'll see some big hits. You see him here getting in the backfield. But there were times where there were some missed tackles from off, where he closes, had some missed tackles in space, had 10 of those last year. So improve the tackling, but you've got the size, the fluidity, and the athleticism to really develop a player here.
Can't coach 6'2", 205.
Nope.
Right? Yeah, I mean, that just doesn't come along all that. I think he fits really well in kind of a middle closed system, single high safety. He can be out there and be a rangy player.
And the fact that the Lions were able to get that pick from the Rams is because the league changed the rules, allowing compensatory picks to be traded. Now the last 4 picks are part of the new rule that the league put into place, rewarding compensatory picks to teams that help develop minority coaches and executives and then lose them to another team. This pick belongs to the Lions because Robert Saleh was hired by the New York Jets as their new head coach. So we'll see who the Niners choose. Then comes the Rams. Brad Holmes went from their organization to become the new GM of the Lions. The Ravens are on the clock. David Culley was hired from their organization to be the new head coach of the Texans. And then lastly, the Saints got that pick because they lost Terry Fontenot as the new GM of the Falcons. And because you're allowed to trade those picks, they traded it to Denver. Now that we're all sorted out on that, let's hear the Niners pick.
With the 102nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ambry Thomas, defensive back, Michigan.
A lot of Wolverines here, Rich, particularly on the defensive side of the ball. Plays in the slot. He's at his best, to me, when he's inside, can't play outside. When he's in off coverage, when he can see it, play it in front of it, go get it. Had a rough game against Chase Claypool. Turns out Chase Claypool's pretty good, so I wouldn't hold that against him. A little bit sticky when he's coming out of his plant and drive, but his eyes are very good. He's an interesting player.
They run so much man coverage and bracket coverage in that Don Brown defense. So he was on an island most of his career. By the way, he missed fall camp in 2019 with some colitis. Still started, didn't have that opportunity to get himself ready for that year.
They just can't quit Harbaugh. What can I say? San Francisco. Rams, Ravens, Saints to wrap up the night, along with, pardon me, the Broncos to wrap up the night. So this is where the Rams are drafting from. They got this house in Malibu, and it's beautiful. I mean, look, That's the way to draft. If you're going to draft, this is the way you draft. And so we saw there was a photograph of the commissioner just hung on the wall by itself. Rams saying, hang it in the Louvre. Rams draft house.
You know what that's like? That's like a federal building with the president's pictures up everywhere.
Is that
like,
like,
if you're in an NFL building, the commissioner's picture's got to be up.
Did they draft Uga too? What is that? Is that a bulldog?
Well, you notice they kept it there, and it's not at the draft. Is that at the draft house? Is that a dog at the draft house?
Two dogs.
Looks like it.
2 dogs.
So guess what? They paid a little extra on the deposit.
Yeah. It's a
pets allowed.
That's a VRBO.
Pets allowed.
We'll find out who number 2 on draft night was. What are you saying? Oh my gosh. We're getting loose. We got 3 picks to go. Here's the third to last pick. Rams, Ravens, Broncos. All picks are all in, so Don Aponte is going to be doing a lot of walking to and fro. All 3 picks are in, so the night is essentially over. We just need to know who the last 3 are.
With the 103rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Ernest Jones, linebacker, South Carolina.
This is one of my guys. I think Ernest Jones is going to be outstanding, and they've been starved for some linebackers there for the Rams.
He just hit you, DJ.
No, he is physical, man. You talk about what he can do off the ball. You'll see him rush off the edge. He's got long arms. And what he did against Kyle Pitts at the line of scrimmage, Kyle Pitts was much better, more competitive this year as a blocker, but Ernest Jones got after him a little bit in that football game. And he's what, in scouting, we use the phrase stopping power. When he hits you, it is over. You go right to the ground. So that physicality to go along with his range and versatility, I love that pick. I'd be in a great mood staying in that house no matter what, but I'm loving this pick.
Especially now.
You notice on the deck chairs they had the pads that you use in the blocking, right?
Yeah.
Ernest Jones just ran through a few of those. I mean, this
Knocked
dude
him right into the pool.
Right, this dude brings major league thump, and you see the pursuit to the football. Just what DJ's talking about, that sideline to sideline, he'll get at you in any situation.
He can cover now too. It's not just against run. This dude can cover. This is a good football player.
You saw the pick. Yeah. I mean, you had to pick on the highlight film. This guy gets at it.
Led him in tackles back-to-back seasons, and it's not just the fact that he's a great run defender and pass, but he diagnoses really well. So he feels the game and he's in his gap. He fits really well. He's just a good football player, like you were saying, DJ.
All right, so now here come the Ravens with their selection. They should just let Dawn stay out there. And there's a lot of. Oh, she's getting her steps in today, I guess. Look out! Careful. The squirrel dance almost got the executive.
With the 104th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Brandon Stevens, defensive back, SMU.
Yeah, and she said defensive back because I'm curious. He was a former running back at UCLA, transfers to SMU. He played corner, and he's a thick, muscled-up corner. You see him listed at 213 pounds. Here's what he was doing at UCLA. You see him in the backfield as running back. Not a bad running back at all. But he transfers. He played pretty well at corner once he got out there to SMU. You can see what type of athlete he is. Once he gets out in the open field, he can run away from you. I think he's actually going to end up making another move. I think he's going to end up being a safety. That, to me, is where he fits best. He gets a little bit grabby down the field as a corner. He can run all day long. He's a great tackler. He's tough, and he's got instincts. That, to me, projects to the safety position. And if nothing else, they just drafted a guy who's going to be hell on wheels on special teams for the Ravens.
And I think that works well for them if they want to go big nickel. I thought Deshaun Elliott did a nice job thumping for him last year. And I love Chuck Clark. He's so underrated at the safety position, makes all the plays, all the calls in the secondary. I like that idea of swinging him back there.
Steep learning curve, right? But he's going to continue to get better and better and better. And like you said, special teams. That's what I had written down. Special teams for days for him.
All right, here comes Don again. And it's the last pick of the second night of the NFL Draft.
With the 105th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Baron Browning, linebacker, Ohio State. That concludes night 2 of the 2021 NFL Draft. Thank you for being among the more than 90,000 fans who have made the draft here in Cleveland so memorable. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow at noon for rounds 4 through 7. Good night.
Night 2 in Cleveland ends with somebody named Browning. Night 1 began with 7 straight offensive players taken for the first time ever. Night 2 ends with 7 straight defensive players being taken, and it's a local Ohio State kid.
Yeah, we had a Cleveland and a Browning get drafted tonight.
Nice.
Baron Browning, he played on the edge. He also played off the ball. Does a nice job of working off blocks. I actually like him best when he's got a chance to see it and he can just run and hit. Look at him just go. He can fly. This is a legit speed linebacker. He's got tremendous range. Watch him here working against Trevor Lawrence. Look at the pursuit, and just sucks him up there on the edge as a blitzer. This was my favorite thing that he did. In fact, I thought some team might just line him up on the edge and cut him loose and see what he can do, Joel, because he's outstanding at that.
Like as a Sam. So this
Absolutely.
This is what they did with him. They would either cut him loose and let him go after the quarterback or back him up 1 extra yard at the second level so that he could diagnose and use that speed to go sideline to sideline.
Well, Vic Fangio should probably figure it out, I'm sure.
He'll figure it out.
So that'll wrap it up for our second and third round night 2 coverage of the NFL Draft. NFL